A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
She is. That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does. That new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. I want to talk to just those ladies who are haunted by the OFSH.
What do you mean, haunted by the OFSH?
Why, the old-fashioned soap habit. You know, some women just can't throw off the habit of using the same old-fashioned granulated soaps year after year.
Well, what can you do about that?
Oh, plenty. I just tell them about New Does, the new kind of granulated soap. You see, does all three kinds of wash, from dirty work shirts and heavy towels to rayon undies.
What? Well, you don't mean this one soap is safe enough for rayon slips and will get my towels white, too?
I certainly do. Does everything in the wash. And believe me, that's important to remember right now during spring house cleaning. Because you can use this same Does for your dirtiest wash rugs and blankets and for your prettiest washable slip covers and rayon curtains, too.
My, I don't wonder some ladies find that hard to believe.
Well, maybe you've got that old-fashioned soap habit, too. But you just try New Does, and you'll find it's different from any of the other leading granulated wash day soaps.
How's that?
Because Does is so much safer for your nicer colored washables, like your pretty rayon curtains and bright cushion covers and draperies.
Well, I declare.
Yet this same Does gets your heavy linens and white bedspreads really white. Why, you've never seen whiter washes than New Does gives you. It gets clothes whiter, far whiter than any number of other soaps.
Now, look, if that means lots of scrubbing...
Why, there's no hard scrubbing, not even for those dirty blankets you have to do at house cleaning time. No soap made gets dirt out easier than New Does.
Well, say, this Does really must be different.
Well, it is. Just you try it, and you'll see Does is a really new kind of granulated soap. Just look for D-U-Z, Does, in that big red and white box today. And let Does do everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. There are very few people with Molly's patience. Most of us are like Jake. When we face a tough situation, when the facts fight back at us and nothing we say or do seems to have much effect, then, like Jake, we jump in feet first and slash away. Any action seems better than none. And the truth is that this kind of action never helps. Jake doesn't know how to convince Rosie that her love for an engaged young man is wrong. So what he did was to tell Walter never to darken his door again. And Walter left. Poor Rosie and Molly don't even know what happened. Listen.
Rosalie! Rosalie, come in the house! Lady Walter just stepped out a minute!
Hello?
Hello, Ma.
Yes?
Ma, let me talk to Walter.
Yes, Emily, Walter is not here. That's the whole point. Walter is not here. He came in the house. Rosalie and me was upstairs. I you go down to him. I said, Walter, step inside. And when I came down, he was not here. He was absent.
Gee.
What's the G?
Well, the phone rang, didn't it, when he was there?
Yeah.
Well,
what?
it was Papa.
Papa? Papa spoke to Walter?
Yeah, and how he spoke to him.
And how? What did he spoke?
Well, he told him to keep away from Rosie.
Oh, it was Papa that rang on the phone and Walter spoke. Oh, no wonder he walked out of the house.
Ma, I don't see why Papa can't let this thing alone. Why did he have to tell Walter to stay away? What does he have to interfere for anyway?
All right, Emily.
Well, it's not all right, Ma. Papa insulted Walter. Yeah, and he insulted Rosie, too, if you could only understand what he's doing. The one way to make Rosie and Walter twice as interested in each other as they are now is to forbid them to see each other.
All right, Sammy, please.
Gee, I don't understand you, Ma. Can't you see how wrong it is?
Papa was excited. Papa is worried.
Yeah, but he's twice as old as Rosie. You ought to know. He's acting like a child, Ma. He's making everything worse. Oh, I wish you'd talk to him. I wish you'd make him sit down and have him understand that he's doing everything in his power to make a bad situation worse.
All right, Sammy. All right, please. Where is Papa now?
He's on his way home.
He's on his way home. Now, Sammy,
Yes.
Sammy, listen to me. Listen to every syllable that I'm saying in every sentence.
I'm listening.
You're listening?
Yes.
I don't want you to say anything to Rosalie. You
all
hear
right.
me?
Yes, I hear you, Ma.
Very well.
Yeah, I'll be home. Goodbye.
Very well. Bye. Oh, what to do? Rosalie?
Walter was in the house, Ma. I know
It's
it was.
possible, Rosalie.
Where did he go and why? I think I should call and find out.
No, love. No calling. No calling. Maybe you forgot something.
Maybe that was a funny thing to do, walk in and then walk right out again.
But maybe it was something.
Maybe it wasn't a nice thing to keep him waiting, huh, Ma?
Rosalie. But, Rosalie, don't start with the maybeing. Please. Please. Go upstairs. Go down. Straighten everything out. Empty out your valises. You didn't hang yourself up yet. Bring down to me what needs washing and bring it down to me.
Why can't I call, Ma? Why can't I just...
Because. You see, now I'm saying because. Because. Do unto others as you would wish to be done unto you. That's still something to live by, Rosalie. That's still something to be included in your daily living, not only on holidays. Especially, Rosalie, when you reach the stage when your mind is filled only with what you feel, then more than ever you must remember to do unto others. It's too easy to forget that there are not only one who has feelings. You are not the only one. What you feel, others feel. Other people have hearts that hurt and hearts that are joyous.
You mean, Ma, because Walter's engaged?
Yes. Yes. It's not just 1, 2, 3 because Walter's engaged. And I'm not so modernized. Yes, because Walter's engaged. Yes, indeed. Don't say to me, Ma, because Walter's engaged. Yes. And that means he's engaged to someone, not to no one. And that someone has heard a promise from Walter. And that someone has a heart that's involved. And then feelings.
But, Mama, darling,
But what, Rosalie? Don't give me buts. Don't give me buts. That latitude, I don't like that. For that latitude, I didn't raise you. Did Walter tell you he loves you? Did he?
I know he does, Mama.
Even so, there are more things to be considered here. Many more, Rosalie.
I don't think so, Mama, darling, and you don't think so. As long as I can remember, you've always said love was the only thing that counted. To love and to be loved.
What you don't know, Rosalie, is that love has many false faces.
Somebody's coming.
So if somebody is coming, Rosalie, please. It's Papa. Go up. And don't let Papa see you so disturbed. Go, dear.
Mama, darling,
Go, dear.
Right.
I'm here. Good afternoon. What is this, Silence Day?
It would be well for you, Jake, to remember that more times than not, silence is golden.
And speech is silver. And that's not chicken feed.
I don't want any hollering, Jake. I don't want any hollering. I don't want any excitement. You did what you did, and you shouldn't have did it.
Why not?
Because.
Because there's no reason when the happiness of my child is concerned.
Where the happiness of your children is concerned, you should consider more wisely.
So I'm not wise.
So you're not wise.
All the wisdom of this family is encompassed in you. So what have you accomplished with your wisdom, what, huh?
All right,
That's
Jake.
not all right. It's all wrong. Child is falling to pieces because you keep on saying it's all right when it's all wrong.
But, Jake, we have to give it time.
Since when is time here to give? Who has time for time? Who has the heart to sit still when his child is breaking? Maybe you, Molly. Not me. I'll cut it to the quick. I'll nibble it in the bud. Better one moment's pain than a lifetime regret.
All right, Jake, please. Now is not the time for discussions. Now is not the time. I don't want the child unnerved more than she is unnerved, please. And I don't want her to know what you said to Walter.
Why not?
Because...
Again, because.
Family?
Yes, Ma.
Who came in? You see that? Who came in? She's unnerved. Family, Rosie.
Ma, does Rosie know?
No.
But she will.
I said no, Jake. I said no, not now. Not until
Until what?
Rosalie? Papa dear is home.
Hello, Papa, darling. What's the matter?
Nothing, dear. Nothing. What should be the matter? Papa's mad because I didn't put up coffee to Pike.
I'll do it.
Yeah, do it, darling. Go in the kitchen, dear. Do it.
Will you have coffee, Ma? You, Sammy?
Please.
Ma?
Uh-huh.
Pa, will you please give this thing a chance?
For what?
Telephone.
I'll take it.
Jake, please let me take it. Hello?
That's for me, Mama, darling.
Nobody. No. All right. Bye. Beide Schlüssel. Oh. Where are you going, Rosalie?
Fix the coffee.
Look what a child looks like. And I must be silent, huh? That's your advice to me when I see that...
I'll take it, Ma. I'll take it.
Rosalie.
Hello?
Oh.
It's Martha, Ma.
Martha? Tell her I'll call her back.
My mother will call you back.
Rosalie.
Let her cry. Cry now, my kind, and you'll have less to cry for later. Cry.
But there's very little truth in that kind of philosophy, since it all depends on the real situation. And just what the real situation is, no one knows. No one. Not even Walter. People make their own lives out of what they have at hand. What will be made now, no one can tell. Say, here's something that puzzles me. Why do some of you still bother with those halfway soaps for dishes? I mean bar soaps because they don't give you real speed. Or those tough granulated soaps because they're short on safety for your hands. You see, such halfway soaps are old-fashioned now that new Does is here. Yes, this new kind of granulated soap that does everything in your wash really has everything you want for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. In fact, Does is the only leading granulated wash day soap that gives your hands such extra gentle care. Just notice how wonderfully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet this same amazing new Does speeds through dishwashing as fast as the fastest soap you've ever used. Why, Does cuts even tough grease without hard scouring. Yes, Does has everything for dishes. Just try it tonight, and let those whirlwind suds tell you how different Does is. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. A little talking doesn't help, but tomorrow a lot seems as if it might. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Well, over the years, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, has had more than her share of difficulties with her principal, Mr. Conklin. Recently, however, their relations have improved.
Yes, my uncle and aunt feel a lot better. Actually, things have been a bit smoother between Mr. Conklin and me. In fact, when I suggested the plan I had heard about to supplement our teaching with movies, Mr. Conklin gave me the money to try it out. So until last week, when the great experiment was to take place in one of my classes, everything was going splendidly. And in more ways than one. Because Thursday morning, Mr. Boynton was over at my house for breakfast. My landlady was attending an early club meeting, so there were just the two of us. I could sense that Mr. Boynton felt the warm, romantic implications of this domestic scene, because his voice seemed choked with emotion when he said,
I wonder how long Joe Palooka will be champ.
I haven't the slightest idea. Why don't you ask little Abner?
Little Abner?
He's been staring at me from the other side of that newspaper for the past 10 minutes.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Brooks. Reading the paper was rather rude, I guess. It's just that I feel so at home here, I didn't think you'd mind.
Oh, I really don't, Mr. Boynton. That's just the way I want you to feel.
Good. Oh, I haven't had this sort of breakfast since I was home with Mother.
Well, have you ever thought that you might enjoy a breakfast like this every day, Mr. Boynton?
Of course I have, Miss Brooks, many times. But Dad needs her too much for Mom to come down here.
That isn't quite what I had in mind.
How's your latest project at school working out, Miss Brooks?
I don't know yet, Mr. Boynton. The first film, The Lady of the Lake, was shown to my English class yesterday.
And you don't know how it worked out?
No, I had to do something for Mr. Conklin during that hour, so I let the kids run the picture themselves. We'll know how it was received when Walter Denton picks us up in a few minutes.
Well, films can be a big help to all teachers. Why, other schools have been showing movies in their classrooms for years. I wonder why Mr. Conklin would never allow it at Madison before.
He hates popcorn. Mrs. Davis is very fond of the idea, though. In fact, she's showing a film at her club's breakfast this morning. She rented it from the same place I did.
What picture did she rent?
A little number called Shearing Sheep at Big Billabong, Australia.
Oh? What's it about?
It's about shearing sheep at Big Billabong, Australia. It's perfect for the ladies in Mrs. Davis's club.
Shearing sheep in Australia. Why should that be perfect for the ladies in Mrs. Davis' club?
There are some pretty woolly ladies in Mrs. Davis's club. Oh, that must be Walter. Come on in. The door's open.
I'm anxious to hear how your audio-visual experiment was received by the English class.
If past performances mean anything, I know exactly what happened 5 minutes after I left the room.
What?
They left the room.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. Greetings to my two favorite faculty members, the fairest of the fair and the brawniest of the brawny.
Oh, it's just the padding in these shoulders that makes me look... Oh, you mean him.
Hey, where's the effervescent Mrs. Davis this morning?
She's fizzing at a ladies' club breakfast.
Oh, that must be the same one Mom and Mrs. Conklin are attending.
Walter, we're both anxious to hear how that audio-visual experiment worked out yesterday.
Yes, how was the Lady of the Lake received, Walter?
Oh, great, Miss Brooks. Yeah, unfortunately, the sound part of the projector didn't work, but the class made up for that. Oh, you never heard such whistling in your life.
Whistling? At the Lady of the Lake? What did she do, come out?
Not exactly, Miss Brooks. You see, the title on the can the picture came in said The Lady of the Lake, all right, but the picture turned out to be something called Sirens of the Screen, Past and Present.
What?
Yeah, and we put it on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and every fella in the class was late for dinner last night.
But it's only a 15-minute short.
I know, but we ran it 23 times.
Well, you don't mean that.
Yeah, and we stopped the projector for 10 minutes every time we got to Marilyn Monroe. Woo, hell afternoon. What have you got planned for next week, Miss Brooks?
A little epic called The Teacher Dies at Dawn. Conklin heard about this yet, Walter?
Oh, I don't know, Miss Brooks.
I hope he hasn't. I know what this project means to you, Miss Brooks.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. Even if he has heard about it, we can still get a picture of the Lady of the Lake.
What do you mean?
I may drown myself.
Now, if you'll be seated, Miss Brooks, I'll come directly to the point.
Yes, sir.
As an experiment in audio-visual education, I gave you not only permission, but also $15 to rent a projector and film of the poem, The Lady of the Lake.
Something go wrong, Mr. Conklin?
Miss Brooks, when I did so, I had no idea that the Lady of the Lake would turn out to be Marilyn Monroe.
Either. Esther Williams would have been much more appropriate. I can explain this, Mr.
Explain? Explain this, then. When you wanted this film, you told me it was Sir Walter Scott's poem, presented against a background of Scottish sea.
But, sir...
The only scotch in that entire picture was in a glass in Peter Barrett's hand.
Oh, then you've run the picture, Mr. Conklin.
5 times, Miss Brooks. I ran it through a few times to convince myself that what I was seeing was true. Sirens of the screen, indeed. I've already heard from Mr. Stone this morning, and he was furious. It seems that 5 parents have already complained to him about it. He blames the whole thing on me.
But why you, sir? It was my idea.
I know, but I took credit for it.
Mr. Conklin, this is a mistake on the part of the company. Institutional Pictures. It probably won't happen again in another 10 years. We're all entitled to one mistake, aren't we?
Sometimes when I think of you, Miss Brooks, that is the only thing that keeps me going. But I told Mr. Stone it was all a mistake, and I also told him we had another film in case he wanted to reassure himself on the subject matter of the pictures we're showing.
But, sir, we haven't another picture. And including the projector, they cost $15 to rent.
That is your problem, Miss Brooks. You got us into this thing, and you are going to get us out of it. In any event, Mr. Stone said he wouldn't bother to come over unless there are further complaints. However, if there are, he said heads would roll. How's good Conklin? Principal speaking. Who? Yes, she's right here now. For you, Miss Brooks.
For me, sir? Hello?
Hello, Connie. This is Mrs. Davis.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis.
I just called to tell you how the picture I showed at the ladies' club breakfast turned out. I gave full credit for the idea to you, of course. And I told the ladies that this was the identical sort of picture being shown at Madison High.
I see. Well, how did Shearing Sheep at Big Billabong turn out?
Oh, those scenes in the nightclub were terrific, dear.
In the nightclub?
Yes, and the ones in the showgirls' dressing room were even more sensational.
Well, where were the sheep?
You know, that's what we were wondering. I ran the picture through 3 times trying to find them. But it was all about a chorus girl. However, none of the ladies seemed to mind. That is, none except Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone was there? What did she say, Mrs. Davis?
Oh, she didn't say a thing, dear. She just fainted. I hope I haven't disturbed you, dear.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Davis. My tongue always sticks to the roof of my mouth in the morning. I'll speak to you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
What was that all about, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Conklin, did Mr. Stone really say heads would roll if there was another complaint?
That's exactly what he said, Miss Brooks. What about it?
Nothing, sir. Only I wonder how we'll both look when we're 10 inches shorter. I told Mr. Boynton about my predicament in the school cafeteria at lunchtime.
Let's see if I've got it straight, Miss Brooks. You must have another film here to show Mr. Stone when he arrives this afternoon, or the entire project goes right out the window.
Followed swiftly by me. And the cost of renting a new film and projector is $15, which I've got to get somewhere.
Isn't Mr. Conklin giving you anything?
Yes, 2 hours in which to dig it up.
Well, you can count on me for part of the $15.
Oh, really, Mr. Boynton? What part?
$2.35. Here's the 35 cents now.
Well, thanks, Mr. Boynton, but where's the $2?
Oh, just a second till I take off my shoe.
You mean you've got $2 in your shoe?
Oh, no, I've only got $1 in my shoe.
Where's the other $1?
In my hat band.
You'd make a nervous wreck out of a hold-up man. I do appreciate your...
Miss Brooks? Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but Mr. Boynton, what are you doing with your shoe off?
He's just airing out his money. What is it, Harriet?
Well, first, Daddy asked me to tell you to be sure to be in his office with the new film by 3:30, because that's when Mr. Stone's due to arrive. And secondly, knowing the position you're in, I went around to all the girls and took up a collection for you.
I'm beginning to feel like a charity case.
Remember the old proverb, Miss Brooks. Pride goeth before a fall.
That I know it. And at this point, I'm not going to turn down anything.
I knew you needed $15, so I canvassed about 30 girls, Miss Brooks. I told them to cough up as much as they could.
How much did you collect?
80 cents.
That's not much of a cost.
I've also got $1 of my own I want to lend you.
Oh, no, really, Harriet. I wouldn't dream of taking
but Miss Brooks...
Well, all right, dear, if you insist. Where is the $1?
I'll give it to you as soon as I go down to my locker after lunch.
The $1's in your locker?
Not exactly, Miss Brooks, but that's the only place I can remove the stocking I'm wearing over it.
If the wallet industry depended on this school, it would go broke. Well, thanks a lot, Harriet.
Well, here's the money, Miss Brooks. I did the very best I could.
I knew all the precincts hadn't been heard from.
Oh, did you take up a collection too, Walter?
Oh, yes, sir. I went around to all the fellows in your English lit class, Miss Brooks, and I told them you needed 15 Iron Men for a new film, and since they'd all seen Sirens of the Screen, this was one little way of expressing their gratitude.
Oh, and how much did you collect?
65 cents.
Done a bigger business with Lady of the Lake.
Oh, but that's not all. I want to lend you $1 of my own, which I've kept for just such an emergency.
Thanks, Walter. Where is it?
Well, you know that good luck charm I wear around my neck with my mother's picture in it?
Yes.
Oh, that's not my mother. It's George Washington.
I always said there was more to you people than meets the eye. Now, let's see. Mr. Boynton has $2.35 for me, Harriet $1.80, and Walter $1.65. That comes to approximately $6. Then I've got another couple of dollars of my own.
Oh, I didn't think you had any money, Miss Brooks. Where did you get $2?
Remember when I went to the dentist last week?
Yes.
Well, I stashed $2 away in a temporary filling.
Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry, Miss Brooks, but Institutional Pictures can't accept $8 on a projector and film which rents for $15.
But, Mr. Gibson, it was your mistake in the first place. You sent us Sirens of the Screen, past and present, when I'd ordered The Lady of the Lake from your salesman. I think his name was Blake.
Oh, yes. We've had nothing but trouble with that man. Our manager wouldn't raise his salary, so out of sheer spite, he switched any number of films on us before he quit. I'd like to help you, but we have a strict 24-hour ruling, and you've had your film for several days. You'll just have to tell your organization. What is it, by the way? A ladies' club? Social service group? Union?
I teach at Madison High School.
What? Why, our biggest rental is to schools. You showed Sirens of the Screen to a high school class?
With a 10-minute stopover at Marilyn Monroe.
You look like a very fair-minded person. I'll tell you what I'll do. You keep the $8 now that you have the new film and projector for nothing.
Well...
I'll make it 4 films for nothing.
Well...
Forget about the rentals entirely. I'll give you a year's supply of films free if you'll get your school to forget this incident.
Well...
And I'll throw in $10 for yourself.
Well...
Miss Brooks, aren't you going to answer me?
I'm doing good enough with well. Now, look, Mr. Gibson, just give me a good film to show the head of our school board when he comes to Madison this afternoon, and we'll call it square.
Oh, you're the salt of the earth. I have just the thing for the occasion. The Board of Education at work. Don't you think it's perfect?
I suppose so, if you like fantasy. Well, when Mr. Gibson agreed to rectify his mistake and give me a new film to show Mr. Stone, it seemed that my troubles were just about over. At 3 that afternoon, we were getting everything ready in Mr. Conklin's office.
Well, the projector's all set up, Miss Brooks. All we have to do when Mr. Conklin and Mr. Stone get here is turn the switch and run the film.
Yeah, this office ought to be a perfect projection room. You see, the way I've fixed the shades, no light can get in through the windows at all.
Oh, you've done a beautiful job, Walter.
There's only one thing that bothers me. The sound on this projector doesn't work.
With Mr. Conklin in the room, nobody will notice the difference.
We've still got a few minutes before Daddy gets here. Why don't we run the film through once for the 4 of us?
Good idea, Harriet. Let's sit down.
Yeah, but there are only 2 chairs in this room. Where are the 4 of us going to sit?
We can worry about that when the lights are out.
What are you talking about?
What Walter means is that he and Harriet can share the big, comfortable chair that Mr. Conklin keeps for visitors.
Yeah, but what about the 2 of us?
We can divide this narrow one. And don't look so panicky. We can either show the film or just turn out the lights and wait until Mr. Conklin and Mr. Stone get here.
Just turn out the lights? What good will that do?
Does that answer your question?
Maybe we better run the film.
I was afraid you'd see it that way. All right, Walter, turn off the desk light and let's get started.
Yes, ma'am. There we are.
Gosh, I can't see a thing. Where are you, Miss Brooks? Are you seated yet?
After you, Mr. Barton. That is, I'll sit on the edge of the chair nearest the projector switch. Now, are we all set, Walter? Walter? They're all set. Well, here goes. Oh, what a magnificent view of the Rock of Gibraltar. I feel as if I could reach out and touch it.
You're staring at my chin, Miss Brooks. You're leaning rather close to me.
How nice of you to notice. Well, we've missed the title, but we know it's about the Board of Education at work.
Oh, look at that sign by the side of the road.
It says you are now entering Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, it's probably all about the Las Vegas Board of Education.
I hope you're right.
Well, of course I am. There they are now, all working around a table.
They certainly are. A dice table. Mr. Boynton, this is a picture about gambling. There's been another terrible mistake.
Well, turn off the projector at once, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm trying to. This switch is stuck. Pull the plug out of the wall.
I don't know where the wall plug is with the lights off.
Walter, turn on the desk lamp so Mr. Boynton can find the plug. Walter, do you hear me? You're a big help. You have to find it in the dark, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, good. You found it.
What on earth is going on in here?
Mr. Conklin. Oh, just a moment, sir. I'll turn on the light.
No, never mind the lights, Miss Brooks. Since you've apparently started your new film, The Board of Education at Work, I'd like to have a look at it before Mr. Stone gets here.
Here. Sit in my chair, sir.
Oh, where will you sit?
I'll stand in front of the screen. It isn't a very good picture, Mr. Conklin.
Stop babbling, please. I'll just settle myself in this comfortable chair on the other side of the projector. Here we are. Yoga! Something speared me.
You just got on my knees, Daddy, and you're a little heavy.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
I doubt if I can hold the both of you.
Gent, where are you?
He's between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Well, turn on those wall lights, Boynton.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Harriet, I want you and Denton to leave this room at once. Through my inner office, please. And I'll speak to you both later.
Very well, Daddy.
Mr. Conklin, appearances are very often deceiving. And I want you to know that Harriet was in no way responsible for what happened. I'll take the full blame, sir. It was all my fault. And I insist that you let me accept the entire responsibility for this whole...
Oh, blow!
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Stone ought to be here any minute now, and we can get rolling again.
At least our heads can. Mr. Conklin, I suppose that...
Oh, please, come in. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon, Osgood. Hello, Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Stone. Want to go for a nice walk?
A walk? I came over here to see a movie.
That's what I mean. Let's walk over and see a movie. The Bijou has a fine Marlon Brando picture.
Miss Brooks, what are you jabbering about? Now, turn off the lights, Boynton, and I'll put the plug back in the wall here.
If you say so, Mr. Conklin.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Stone. What a scene. The members of the Board of Education gathered round a table rolling dice. Now, it's certainly a far cry from the report you heard about the picture yesterday with the shocking exhibition of movie queens and... Miss Brooks? Why are the members of the board rolling dice?
The blackjack dealers are on strike.
Pull that plug. I'm turning these lights off. So all my suspicions were true, Osgood. Your moral laxity is undermining this entire institution.
Oh, pardon this interruption, Miss Brooks, but there's been another mistake.
Now he tells me.
Who is this man?
It's Mr. Gibson, the man who rented us the film.
Well, now, I'll do anything to rectify my mistake, Miss Brooks. Why, Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Oh, you know Mr. Stone?
He's evidently mistaking me for somebody else.
Oh, no, sir. Well, don't you remember when that friend of yours got married last month? You rented 2 films from me for a smoker you gave him?
Match anyone?
What? Well, I remember it distinctly because one of the pictures caused all the hubbub today. Sirens of the Screen, past and present.
Oh, is that so? Well, for your information, when I flashed it on the screen that night, it turned out to be the Lady of the Lake.
So, Mr. Stone, you are going to call my moral laxity to the attention of the Board of Education.
Oh, you don't really think I meant that, do you, Osgood? Not on your tin tie, my boy. If anything, it's Mr. Gibson who should be brought before the board.
Oh, that would be a waste of time, Mr. Stone.
A waste of time?
The way Mr. Gibson operates, by the time he got there, he'd turn out to be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
And now, here's our star, Eve Arden.
That film mix-up really has got me into hot water.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Frank Bride, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Alsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, and Joel Samuel.
Next week at this same time and over this same station, Eve Arden, in the role of Madison High School's favorite English teacher, Miss Brooks, will again call the student body together. Don't you be absent. Our Miss Brooks is presented each week through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is the American Forces Network, Europe.
There's one you won't hear on the radio. The investigation committee was slowed to a walk. The clothes had the dirt, but they wouldn't talk. And then Procter & Gamble came on the scene. They used some Tide, and the clothes came clean.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Petto, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled McPugs' Magic Gloves. And it stars as Cauliflower McPug MGM's clown, the mayor of Culver City, Red Skelton. Hey, Skelton.
Yeah?
Get a load of our star witness, Cauliflower McPug, over there in the phone booth.
Yeah, let's go get a load of that.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, you know me, huh? Hello, this is McPug speaking. Yeah, Cauliflower McPug speaking. Hello, are you there? You there? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? This is Cauliflower. Oh, well, I'll tell you anyhow. You know, I'm the fighter that has his initials on the bottom of his shoes so the people will recognize me. You know. Stop it, will you? Stop it. What's going on here? I look for my straight man, but he's never there. You know, I fought from golden gloves to brass knuckles, you know, all the time. I've never entered the ring or exited the ring under my own power. And either shove me in or carry me out. I had special handle grips built onto my ears. That's what the boy going at the bottom with stretchers, you see. I fight a new way now. I dress in a full dress suit, you see. And I fight with my arms crossed. That in case anything happens, I'm ready, you know. My biggest ambition, is to win the championship belt. Oh, I'd love to win that belt. You see, my pants keep falling down all the time. You know, there's a nasty rumor going around about me that I've been in the ring so long, I've taken so many punches, I hear bells and birds. But don't you believe it. Hello? Hello? That's funny. I got the receiver up and it's still ringing. How about that? Well, don't you... Oh, boy, a flock of them flew over that time. Listen, well, I'm glad you called. I'll tell you why. Did you hear what happened to me last week? I got the whole town in an uproar. I won 3 fights in a row, all by knockout, and so now they're holding a boxing investigation. I at the courthouse, and I've been to Phoenix. They've asked me to come over and testify. You see, Willie Lump gave me the gloves that I've been winning with. He gave them to Clem Cadiddlehopper. Now, pay attention, because this is the plot. If you got any friends you want to call up and tell them to tune in now to get it, I hope you do it, because this is it. Anyhow, Willie's going to testify where he got the gloves. He goes on to say, hello? Hello? Ain't that the way it is? That phone rings, I answer it, but you're never near.
Well, Skelton, today should wind up the boxing investigation with Willie's testimony.
Yeah, but I think this whole thing's silly. Just because McPug won 3 fights, everybody says the gamblers have taken over the city, and I don't believe it. I don't even believe there's any gamblers in town.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's get inside the courthouse.
Wait a second, I want to comb my hair.
Say, Carrot Head.
Is this some kind of a secret code?
Yeah. Before you comb your hair, I'll lay you 6-4. You got dandruff.
I'll lay you 2-5. If the next joke don't get a laugh, you're gone. How do you like that? A gambler. I'm going to call the police. A happy gambler, though. Look at him.
He's the one the line's busy.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Good night. Boy, shut and get your check. You're done. Come on, Rod, let's go.
Gee, it's a nice crowd. Everybody who is anybody's here.
Yeah, there's Gene Fowler.
Yeah, and Ann Miller.
Gene Fowler.
Uh-huh. Peggy Ryan.
There's Gene Fowler.
Mm-hmm. Clark Gable.
Oh, look. Look at there.
Yeah. Oh, Esther Williams.
She always makes a big splash when she goes out.
Uh-oh. Here comes His Honor, San Fernando Red. I thought he was in Washington. Howdy, Your Honor.
My friend, I got no time to talk to you. I got to get back to Washington. Boy, I'll tell you, what a reception they gave MacArthur back there. Mm-hmm. General Bond was on hand. Yeah. He wanted 5% of the glory. Yes, everything's changed, boy. I got to get back there before they change some more. The Pentagon has been changed to the Plentygon. But as I said, I'm kind of busy today. I had to recall my police chief. Mm-hmm. I threw him out of office. Threw him right out. Yesterday, I threw out the first baseball. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, I'm like a lot of politicians. I can throw out everything but my chest. One thing nice about me, though, I put all my writing, mistakes in writing. I wish I could read them. Yeah. You know, I'm down here early today. You know?
Yes, you are down here early.
Yeah. Oh, do you have a line? Pick it up anywhere. Pick out anything. Anything you like, boy.
Yes.
I'm not greedy.
Yes. Well, aren't you down at the office a little early today?
Yeah, you see, us politicians never go to work before midnight.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's when the spirits move us. Of course, you see, us politicians working at midnight all started with Paul Revere.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he warned us that the British were coming. Well, I'll be seeing you. I'll see you at the Happy Investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably see you there.
Yes.
Yes. We all have to go sooner or later.
Well, come on, Skelton. We'll be late.
Well, what's your hurry? Gee, Dave Roseney's orchestra hasn't and even played I Love You.
We wear the cleanest clothes in town, that's right, the cleanest ever.
Will any soap wash clean as Tide?
1,000 times no never.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, it's really worth singing about. Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. And the reason why is this. Tide is the amazing miracle product that gets the ordinary dirt out of clothes and removes dingy soap film as well. Why, we've tested Tide in the laboratory against all kinds of soap. And time after time, the result's the same. Tide literally gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Now, millions of you women get proof of that every wash day, washing and rinsing your own clothes. You see Tide's miracle in the cleaner clothes your family wears, the cleaner linens in your home. You know how easy Tide is on your hands, too. So always get Tide, and you'll always get the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
All right, come on, get on with it, boys, get on with it. I am a very busy man, Hear
ye, hear ye. The hearing is now in session.
Yeah.
The appointed investigator, Rod O'Connor, will now preside.
Now, Willie, you're going on the stand next.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
My stomach just feels like it's full of butterflies. And one of them's father must have been a wasp. Feels like a seagull with a broken wing in there.
Honest witness. Willie Lumpstump, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
Is there a diner on that train?
Your name, please.
Well, he just said Willie Lump. Now you say, what kind of a setup is this? You called me by my name, Willie Lump. That's my name, Willie Lump. That's spelled with 2 lumps.
Now, Willie, if you don't behave yourself, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Huh?
I say, if you don't behave yourself, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Oh, sweetheart, you can hold me any way you want to. You know, my wife has held me in contempt for years, you know. You shouldn't be investigating me. I'm a very sick man. I shouldn't even be here, you know. I've got some hot rackets on my hands, you know.
What did you say?
Oh, there's the warning signal. My stomach has hit the empty spot again.
Have you been drinking?
I told you I'm a very sick man. I'm a sick man.
I said, have you been drinking?
No, I got this way from knitting Afghans.
All right now, Willie, calm down.
All right.
I want you to answer a few questions.
Well, I'm a very sick man, as I said before. Keep those television cameras off of me, will you? I look like a bad kinescope of beanie. I didn't get it myself. I don't care to answer anything until I see my mouthpiece. I'll take it out and look at it now. I don't care to answer you at all because you just don't look right to me. You just don't look right. I have seen a lot of investigators in my day, but you just don't look right to me. That's the truth, the whole truth. So help me, Surgeon Robot.
Willie?
Yeah?
Are you connected with a gambling syndicate?
Well, my lawyer just winked at me. I'm a sick man. I shouldn't be here. I don't believe in gambling.
Remember, you're under oath.
Oh, I get around, don't I, huh? Last night I was under a bridge. I had a pretty rough night, I couldn't have enjoyed it more if I'd been conscious.
All right, now. Have you ever gambled?
No, I don't believe in gambling.
Well, this is hard to believe. You must have.
You want to bet? You know, my wife and her mother's a gambler. One day I walked in and I said to my wife, Mother, pack your racing form and get out. I said, this house ain't big enough for 2 of us. Don't look for it, it ain't there. I said, this house ain't big enough for 2 of us. That's when I put my foot down. I said, out. You don't know where I could get a room, do you?
Willie, tell us about those boxing gloves you had delivered to Cauliflower McPug. The gloves that made it impossible for Cauliflower McPug to lose. The community wants to know how you got hold of them.
Well, you see, I'm a sick man, but I'll tell you the whole trouble, the whole story. 3 weeks ago, I had just left Joe's Bar and Grill.
And stay out, you drunken bum!
Joe always saw me to the door. Well, anyway, I started crawling home, and it was pretty late. In fact, it was early in the morning. The sun was just coming up over the slaughterhouse. A breathtaking sight, and presently I came to what looked like an open manhole, but it was just a mirage. So after I crawled out of the manhole, I started strolling along on my hands and knees for about a block when somebody tripped over me.
Shades of Dennis Day. No, why don't you watch where you're going?
It was Max Corn of the police force.
Oh, so it's you, Willie Lumplump. Well, tell me, what are you doing out at this time of night?
Well, I'm taking my nightly constitutional. I got to get home now, officer.
Well, good night, Willie.
Good night.
I sleep tight.
How else? Well,
As I got about a block from the house, I passed an alley, and a little boy shoved a package in my hand, and he told me to give it to Clem Hopper to deliver to Cauliflower McPugs.
You know who the little boy was?
Yeah, that little redhead brat lives down the street there.
Junior.
I guess so.
I asked for a recess of 24 hours so I can get further evidence.
Marble.
You want to get a cup of coffee, Skelton?
Yeah.
Then I'll go over and question Junior about those boxing gloves.
Come on, let's go over to Joe's place, huh?
Oh, look, there's a magazine stand.
Oh, yeah.
See that copy of Radio Television Mirror?
Yeah.
Well, that's the magazine whose readers selected your show as the outstanding comedy show on the air.
Isn't that nice? I'd like to thank everyone who voted for our show. And I will always respect the dignity of your home and keep it as clean as I possibly can. Say, it's got my picture there, too. Let's go get that coffee. We're going to both break down and cry here. Hey, waitress.
Say, she's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Where'd you get those rosy cheeks?
My father was a glass blower.
Miss, could you wait on us?
Not long for either of you.
Oh.
You want the television?
The television?
Yeah. You know that king-size keyhole over here?
Oh, that's cute. Television, huh? I bet you serve vegetable soup here, too. You know what vegetable soup is?
Nah.
You ever eat hash?
Uh-uh.
Same thing, only it's looser. Now, turn up the television. Let's see who's on. Oh, look, Dave Rose.
And now we bring you the Dave Rose Hour, the sweetest music this side of the La Brea Tar Pit. And now Dave and his orchestra play The Flying Horse.
You know, Tide really works some amazing miracles on wash day. Why, Tide not only gets the ordinary dirt out of your clothes, it removes dingy soap film, too. And that one fact is what made no rinsing practical. Yes, Tide saves all the time and work of rinsing and gives you the cleanest no-rinse wash possible. Now, if you prefer to rinse, Tide promises you this. Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. We've proved that in the laboratory. That's something you women see proof of in the cleaner clothes your children wear to school, the cleaner cloths on your dining room table. Yes, when you hang up a Tide wash, you hang up the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
was looking for Junior. Have you seen him?
Well, is Junior here?
No. I'm having the worst time keeping track of that boy. I'll be glad when his straitjacket gets back from the laundry. I wish I had one made of nylon. He would save so much ironing.
Where'd it say that? Where'd it say that? He's like that. Hey, hide me. There's a great big kid after me with a neck.
Oh, Junior, why?
Well, I was up at bat seeing the ball was thrown, and I swung at the ball, and he caught it, but I was determined to hit it.
Junior, you didn't hit the boy with the bat.
Well, I can't help it if he was stubborn and wouldn't let go. Well, look who's here, Fatso O'Connor. How is the poor man's Mount Whitney today?
Junior, why do you call me the poor man's Mount Whitney?
I called him the way I see them. I can put an antenna on it, start a little television station.
Do you want a spanking?
Spanking? Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather have a hole in the head.
Well, I wonder what's keeping that madman that's looking for you.
Shall I go try and find him?
You'd like to see me get punished, wouldn't you?
I'd even pay admission.
I'll be glad when I'm big as you is I can punch you in your big fat nose. Where I stand now, all I can see is stomach.
That's enough, Junior.
Enough stomach, yes.
I've been looking all over for you. Where have you been?
I was detained by that little kid. You know that Jim Hawkins? He's the vice stinker of the skunk patrol, you see.
Oh. You mean the nice little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes?
No, he got black eyes.
Junior, I happen to know Jimmy Hawkins has blue eyes.
I happen to know there's black. I just get him to him.
Were you fighting again?
He started it, though. For no reason at all, he hit me in the fist with his nose.
How many times did he hit you?
Oh, a couple of times.
Did he do any damage?
You can throw away my toothbrush because my baby teeth are just a memory now.
Junior, when are you ever going to learn not to fight?
I know how not to fight. I got to learn how to get. That's why I get beat up on all the time.
Well, I'm going to get back to the investigation. I hope we can find the guilty party.
What guilty party are you talking about?
Oh, you wouldn't understand, Junior. Some mysterious person sent Cauliflower McPugs some magic boxing gloves, and when he wears them, he can't lose a fight.
Do tell. Guess what happened to this mysterious person when they nab him?
Well, the townspeople will probably tar and feather him and drive him out of town.
How?
On a rail.
Oh, I love trains. Does he make tar and feathers in child size?
Junior, what are you getting at?
Well, I realized I shouldn't be talking before I see my mouthpiece, so I'll take it out now. But you was looking... I am the one you was looking for.
You?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Well, I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. You see, Cauliflower McPugs is me idol. And I felt sorry for him because he never won a fight. So I took some solution with me atomic chemistry set, and I rubbed it on some boxing gloves, and I sent them to him.
Junior, what was in that solution you rubbed on the gloves?
Oh, just a little uranium, a dash of petroleum, and actually there's a new mineral we just found. And a pinch or two of dynamite, and I tested it on the canary. I put some on his beak, and he nearly beat that cat's brains out.
Junior, I'm ashamed of you.
You've been more ashamed if I'd have read it the way I did at rehearsal.
You realize what you've done?
What?
By giving Cauliflower those loaded boxing gloves, you've made it easy for every gambler in town to get rich on his fight.
Yes, somehow or other the racketeers knew that McPug would win. I'm going to burn those gloves right now, and Cauliflower's fight tonight will be a lot different.
Now, come on, Junior. I'm going to give you the spanking of your life.
No. I just remembered. I rubbed some of that atomic solution on your hairbrush, too. You had better take me to Nevada to spank me, believe me.
Hey, that top calling 101 Cauliflower doesn't win. Let's shop.
This is going to be murder tonight. Hey, these are nice seats, Rod.
Yeah. Hey, Red, who are you waving at?
That cute redhead across the ring there. Boy, she's been giving me the eye. Real nice dish, huh?
You better have your eyes examined.
Why?
That cute redhead you're waving at happens to be your wife, Georgia.
No.
Yes.
Well, how dare her smile at strange men? Hey, there you is, Mummy. I've been looking for you.
Well, Junior, you took a long enough time getting that drink of water.
I couldn't help it. There was a big line of people in front of the drinking fountain.
Well, I hope you waited your turn.
I did, but my turn came along so fast, for no reason at all. Suddenly, all the people start screaming and running for the exits.
Well, that's strange. Did you run, too?
No, I just stood there poking with a pin. Oh, what a stampede, boy. Every time somebody stooped over to take a drink, I jabbed away.
Junior, how You're kidding me.
Just keep it laughing, kiddo, that's all. If you get near that fountain and want a drink, don't stoop over, I tell you what.
Junior, didn't I see you talking to Desiree Irving in his corner just now?
Yes, I give him the evil eye, and if it works, he won't have a chance against me, boy, cauliflower.
Oh, Junior, you don't have an evil eye.
Oh, no. All I have to do is turn it on you, and that henna rinse of yours will disappear. And you'll go back to your natural gray again.
Oh, Junior! Junior! Stop looking at me like that.
Oh, you can't stand the evil eye, huh?
Junior! I said stop looking at me like that. Your eyeball's going to pop out.
I have you under me spell. I have you under me spell.
Oh.
I'm going to take you where it's dark and dreary. You ever been to Washington? You was under me spell. How about an ice cream cone?
Absolutely not. I said stop that.
No, you was under me spell. You was under me spell.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you broke the spell. You almost broke me with a jaw, too.
Now behave yourself. Oh, look, the fight's about ready to start. The referee's giving the fighters their instructions in the center of the ring. Oh, watch.
All right, now you gents know the rules. No hitting below the belt. You got that, Miss Cauliflower?
No hitting below the belt, which reminds me, I got to loosen my belt. My Adam's apple feels a little choked here.
And you know what to do in case of a knockdown.
Sure, I get later till they carry me out of the ring. Oh, what's all them gooses doing in here, huh?
Now, when the bell rings, I want you to come out fighting.
Oh, I'll come out fighting the guys that are trying to throw me in the ring. Start swinging at the bell. Come on.
Oh, no, the bell hasn't sounded yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was the phone. I better go answer it.
Now go back to your corners and wait for the bell.
Oh, well, I hope that ambulance gets here on time. I hate to be kept waiting, you know. Oh, isn't that sweet? There's a little canary sitting on the rope cheering me along.
And here we are at ringside. The big fight's about to start. Both fighters are standing in their corners. There's the bell. Jester Irving comes out of his corner with blood in his eyes. Cauliflower comes out carrying a pillow. He likes a soft place to rest his head. Something's happened to Irving. He can't throw a punch. McPugs throws a punch and misses. But Irving goes down. Jester Irving is out. The referee's counting over Irving. McPugs is stunned. He's sore because Irving is using his pillow. The fight's over. Cauliflower McPugs wins by a knockout.
Red, did you see that?
Yeah, I don't believe it. McPugs didn't even touch that guy, and he went down.
Yeah, boy, the gamblers lost their shirts on this fight.
I can imagine what would happen if they'd used money.
Junior, your evil eye worked. Junior, you come here to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have anything to do with Desiree Irving's collapse? Anything underhanded, that is?
No, Mummy. I just ate 4 green apples, a dill pickle, and a chocolate milkshake, and I just sat there where he could see me face.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, I hope you're not as sick as I feel looking at you.
No, I'm not sick. I'm kind of hungry.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening, and thanks to our spiritual guidance that there is no ceiling on patriotism. Thanks for buying more and more of that Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why
you get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes, spotlighting that cheeky, chubby little mischief maker who, when caught red-handed cutting the garters off his Aunt Minnie's girdle to make himself a slingshot, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
I'll say you're a bad boy, Costello. What's the idea of coming here late? The first broadcast of our new season. You're supposed to make a speech of welcome to our listeners. By the way, do you know how to make a speech?
Oh, sure, I know how to make a speech.
Oh, you do?
Sure. Watch me.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Costello, they know they're ladies and gentlemen.
I know, but it's nice to remind them of it every once in a while.
Never mind that. Go ahead with your speech.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
All right. Now, just listen to this.
All right, let me hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, take it easy. I'm lost, and it's the beginning of the season.
Go ahead, now, never mind.
Folks, we're back again, and we're going to be on the air every Thursday night for a whole year.
Oh, no, not that. Oh,
I think we just lost a listener.
All right, never mind that, Costello. Why weren't you here for rehearsal this afternoon? Where were you?
Oh, Abbott, my family gave me a welcome home party this afternoon.
They did?
Hey, did we have fun? My Uncle Artie Stebbins, he drank 2 cups of tea and passed out cold.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could a man pass out from drinking 2 cups of tea?
This was DTT.
You dummy, DTT is not a beverage. It's made strictly for vermin.
That's right. We made enough for everybody. Men, vermin, and children.
Never mind about that. You should... You should be very proud of the way your friends welcomed you back from your vacation, Lou. I saw big signs all over your neighborhood.
Oh, sure.
Welcome home, our hero, Lou Costello. We love you, Lou Costello. America's ace of the airways, Lou Costello.
Yeah, but Abbott.
What's that?
Oh, but those signs embarrass me terribly.
Why should those signs embarrass you?
They caught me nailing them up.
Oh, come on. You're impossible. Never mind that. Look, tell me about your trip back east. How did you like New York?
Oh, Abbott, New York's a wonderful place.
You think so?
The people there are so friendly.
They are.
The minute you get off the train, they grab you and they smother you with kisses.
They do?
Yeah. Then they take you for a ride in a taxi. They hug and they kiss you. And then they take you out for dinner and they buy you champagne. And then they take you for a moonlight ride in Central Park. And then they hug you and they kiss you some more. And then they send you home with a 5-pound box of chocolates.
Costello, did all this happen to you?
No, to my sister.
Costello, look, please. I'm talking about you. What did you do in New York?
Oh, Abbott, I met the most beautiful wave. We went together for 13 weeks.
You went with this wave for 13 weeks?
Yeah, we just finished basic training.
Oh, come on. That's silly.
The next time I see you, we're going on maneuvers.
Will you talk sense, Costello? Look, what does this girl do in the Navy? Is she a petty officer?
What kind of officer?
Petty. Petty?
Oh, sure. She petties all the time. And she likes the necky, too. I'm crazy about that girl, Abbott.
I can imagine.
She's so sweet and delicatessen.
Delicatessen?
Everything about her is so dainty.
What's her name, Lou?
Lena. Lena Genster.
Lena Genster. Is she a nice girl? Is she a nice girl, Lou? Did you meet her family?
Oh, sure. And what a family. Her father and mother have 37 children.
37 children?
Mm-hmm.
They must live on the other side of the tracks.
With 37 children, they got to live on both sides of the tracks.
Well, never mind about her family. Is Lena a pretty girl?
Pretty? Mm-hmm. Abbott, do you know how Veronica Lake's cute little nose comes right to a point?
Yes.
Lena's head does the same thing.
Well, look, how about a figure? Is she sylph-like?
What?
Is she sylph-like? Does she have a sylph-like figure?
If she does, she keeps it to herself.
No, you dummy. By sylph-like, I mean chic. Is Lena chic?
No, she ain't been chic since she had the mumps.
No. Chic has nothing to do with the mumps. Chic means svelte. Now, is Lena chic and svelte?
Oh, yeah. When Lena had the mumps, she was very chic and her face svelte way up. Her mother rubbed a jar of chav on her push and the svelting went away. What have we got? Swedish riders or
I don't know. You imbecile. Listen to me, imbecile. I only want to find out your girlfriend, Lena, what she looks like. Is she pert?
She what?
Pert. Would you say she was pert?
Certainly she's pert. She's pert Irish and pert Eskimo.
No, you idiot. I'm not talking about her background. I want to know if Lena is pert or appealing.
Oh, sure. One time she got sunburned, and a pert of her background was appealing.
No. Look, Costello. I merely ask you if your girlfriend Lena is chic. When I say chic, I'm not referring to her health. Chic means pert. Therefore, a girl can be pert, and a pert girl can be svelte, and a svelte girl can be appealing.
Oh, when you say a girl is chic, you're not referring to her health. Chic means pert, and a girl who is chic and pert is appealing. And most girls who are appealing are referred to as svelte. Therefore, a chic girl can be pert, and a pert girl can be svelte, and a svelte girl can be appealing.
Now you've got it.
Now, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Get him out of
Gentlemen, a masterpiece of the ridiculous. And may I make a quick jump from the ridiculous to the sublime, from the clowning to the classics, and quote a wise man named Aesop who declared some 3,000 years ago,
"Experience is the best teacher."
And true today, what we learn by experience means the most. And most civilians have learned a lot lately. For when the dealer said, "Sorry, no camels today," because with camels it was the service first, well, they just had to smoke what they could get. You smoked more different brands during the cigarette shortage than you'd ordinarily try in a lifetime. And you learned by experience that nothing takes the place of Camel's costlier tobaccos properly aged and blended.
Experience is the best teacher.
And experience has taught millions of smokers to say, C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Today, more people want Camels than ever before in the history of this famous brand. And now here's Will Osborne and the orchestra with one of your favorites, the Adjutant, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
She's as sweet as she can be. I love to lean against Alina. When Alina leans against me.
All right, look. Cut that out, Costello. Will you please don't mind that singing? Will you forget about your girl, Lena? You're here and she's in New York.
I'll never forget Lena Abbott. Gee, I remember the last night her and I was together. I bought a great big bag of gumdrops. Red ones for Lena and black ones for me.
Red gumdrops for Lena and black ones for you?
Yeah, we sat on a bench in the park eating them gumdrops. Then it got dark and I lit a lantern.
You jerk, you mean you were sitting on a bench with a beautiful girl at night and you lit a lantern?
Yeah.
Why?
It was so dark I couldn't tell the red gumdrops from the black ones.
Costello, is that somebody at the door?
I didn't hear anything.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm looking for Mr. Abbott. Mr. Abbott. For Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott?
No, Costello.
I'm Lou Costello. What do you want?
Well, I got a telegram for you, and it's from Chicago. It's from Chicago.
Chicago?
Brooklyn.
Where did they dig this hiccup?
Here, boy, give me that telegram, please. Costello.
Yeah.
The boy has his hand out.
What do you want me to do, read his palm?
No. He's waiting for you to lay a little gratuity in his hand.
Lay a gratuity?
Yeah.
If he'll settle for an egg, I think I can make it.
Oh, that's all right. My company won't allow me to accept
Money?
No, tips. You
see, the telegraph company pays me very well as it is. I only been working for them for 20 years, and yesterday they raised me.
They raised you?
Sure, they raised my bicycle seat up 6 inches.
I think he's just got a flat, that guy. You know, the only reason we keep a guy on the show is because he knows where to get bacon.
Oh, never mind. Hey, give me that telegram. Give me that telegram, Costello. I'll read it. Let's see. Have been discharged from the waves. Am on my way to Hollywood to accept the starring role that you promised me at Universal Studios. Signed, Lena Genster. Costello, look at me. Did you promise that little girl that you would make her a star in pictures?
Abbott, I had to.
You had to?
It's the only manly thing to do. It all happened tonight. I bought her a bag of gumdrops. It was so romantic. Every time we reached for a gumdrop, our fingers would meet inside the sack. Then, quite by accident, I kissed her.
Oh, how did you kiss her by accident?
We were both chewing on the same gumdrop, and I ate half my half.
You imbecile. You didn't have to promise her a starring part in pictures just because you kissed her.
That's not all I did.
What?
As I was pulling away, the gumdrop snapped and bent her pivot tooth.
Well, you're certainly in a mess, Costello. How are you going to get an unknown girl a starring part in pictures?
Abbott, I thought maybe you could help me.
I can't help you. I can't. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. There's a man here tonight who happens to be the world's greatest motion picture producer.
Good evening, gentlemen. I am Professor Melonhead. Better known around the studios as Cecil B. D. Melonhead.
Melonhead? Hey, Abbott, get over that skull. His head looks more like Nagasaki after it was hit by the atomic bomb.
Young man, don't you scoff at my cranium. I'll have you know there's plenty inside of my head.
There should be. There's nothing on the outside. Melonhead, I know how you can make a lot of money.
How?
Rent your head out as a skating rink for flies.
Oh, now, Costello. Suppose my head is round and shiny. Surely you've seen things like this before.
Yeah, but they all had handles on them.
Quiet, Costello, please. Professor, do you think you could advise Costello how to get his girl a starring role in pictures?
Certainly, Abbott. Now, Costello, first I'll have to know something about your girl. Is she photogenic?
No, she's part Irish and part Eskimo.
Oh, she's chic. Now, I'm not speaking of her extraction. I'm merely inquiring about her physiognomy.
Her what?
Her physiognomy. Does she have a smooth physiognomy?
Gentlemen, don't discuss those things outside of barrooms.
Lou Costello, you haven't got the brains of a 2-year-old child.
I know, but look at the difference in our ages.
Oh, please, gentlemen, we're getting no place. Costello's girl is on her way here, and he made her a promise to star in pictures. Now, we've got to do something about it.
Very well, Costello. I will personally groom your girl for a screen test.
Melonhead, just what do you intend to do?
Well, first, I will instill her with supreme confidence. I will enhance her histrionic proclivities. I will retard her basic timidity, cram her repertoire with scintillating soliloquies, and then, with dynamic exuberance, I will embellish her cinematic latitude.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Oh, nonsense, Costello. I've never been so humiliated in my life. I'm ashamed to have people see me walk out of here after conversing with an imbecile like you, Mr. Abbott. Isn't there some way I can sneak out of here without being seen?
Look, Melonhead, if that's the way you feel about it, you can go out this window and down our fire escape.
Thank you. Open the window. Good night, gentlemen.
Costello, what was that?
It just dawned on me we ain't got no fire escape.
Lovely Connie Haynes is back with us again this year, and we know that's a real treat for our Camel audience. Connie sings, I'll Buy That Dream.
Imagine me with my head on your shoulder, and you with your lips getting bolder. A sky full of moon and a sweet mellow tune. I'll buy that dream. Imagine me in a gown white and flowery, and you thanking Dad for my dowry. A church full of folk and those last-minute jokes. I'll buy that dream, a honeymoon in Cairo, in a brand new order gyro, then home by rocket in a wing. We'll settle down near Dallas in a little plastic palace. It's not as crazy as you think. Imagine me on a first anniversary with someone like you in the nursery. It doesn't sound bad, but if it can be had, I'll buy that dream.
Johnny, lovely. And that song's heard round the world, for this program is sent overseas to our servicemen. And I can just picture two such servicemen on their way to that magic place called home. They've been everywhere, seen everything. And now they're seeing the Statue of Liberty and the skyline they haven't seen in years.
Boy, does that look good. Gosh, you never know how much you miss something until you've had to do without it.
Yes, it takes the experience of doing without to make us really appreciate things we're apt to take for granted. Proving again that experience is the best teacher. Not only in the big things, but in little things, too. Cigarettes, for instance. Most of us today have had more experience with smoking different brands than we'd usually have in a lifetime. During the shortage, we had to smoke whatever we could get. And although production was at an all-time high, the volume of demand for them made them seem to be the scarcest of the scarce. And did experience teach us that there's simply no substitute for Camel's costlier tobaccos and proper aging? It certainly did. For today, more people want Camels than ever before in the history of the brand. Yes, as old Aesop said,
experience is the best teacher.
C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette of costlier tobaccos.
Aside, boy, and let me in. One side or I'll open your head.
Shh, please, madam, quiet. The Abbott and Costello show is on the air in the studio. You must be absolutely quiet. Not a sound. You're not even supposed to breathe while they're on the air.
Don't tell me they're that bad. Well, I'm going in. Step aside, hack rack, before I hang something on your hook.
You're not getting past me, madam. I am the head usher.
Oh, yeah? Well, pick up your head, usher.
What's going on here? Wait a minute. What is all this commotion, madam?
Boy, I'm looking for the owner of the NBC network, Mr. Lou Costello. Just tell him. You may tell him that Lena Jester is here.
Wait here just a minute, Miss Genser. Don't go away, will you please? Just a minute. I'll be right back. Costello. What? Costello.
Yeah?
Who do you think is here?
Who?
It's Lena Genster.
Oh, good. That's... What?
Yes. Well...
Lena Genster.
You
look at it. Open the window. I'm going down the fire escape.
Costello, we have no fire escape.
I'll make one.
No. Costello, come here. Did you tell Lena Genster that you own the NBC network?
I had to, Abbott.
When did you tell her that? The night you had the gumdrops?
No, that was the night we made fudge.
Costello, you idiot. First you told Lena you'd star in pictures. Then you told her you own the NBC network. I hope you didn't tell her you were the mayor of Los Angeles.
Abbott, you know I wouldn't do that.
No.
I'm not that dumb.
You're not that dumb.
I've had enough of this horsing around. I demand to see Senator Lou Costello.
Senator!
Abbott, That must have been the night we pulled Taffy.
There you are, Fatso. Come here to Mama and give her a great big hit.
All right, now put me down!
Well, Bubble Nose, let's call Universal Studios and tell them the new star has arrived. We'll go right over. Go on, Costello. Get them on the phone.
Hey, yeah, but what's the studio's phone number?
Get him. He owns the studio and he doesn't even know the phone number.
Costello, you told her you own the studio?
Sure, I'll own it any day now. President Bloomberg of Universal practically promised it to me.
He promised it to you?
Yeah, he said, Costello, one more picture like the last one and I'm going to give you the business.
Come on, Fatso. Jump over that last egg and let's get out to the studio. I'm ready to star in my first picture. Well, here we are, Costello. Main gate to Universal Studios. Just think, in a few minutes, thanks to you, I'll be a star.
Lena, don't you think we ought to come back some other day? The gate's locked.
There's other people getting in. Look, there goes Charles Lawson.
Open the gate for Mr. Lawton, Mike.
Look, there goes Charles Boyer.
Open the gate for Mr. Boyer, Mike.
Go on, Costello. You own the place. Tell him to open the gate for you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Lou Costello.
Climb over, you bum.
Costello, did you hear what he said? Why, he's treating you like a dog. Speak up. Talk to the man. Show him you're the boss.
Okay. Hey, you. Did you tell me to climb over that gate?
Yeah, what about it?
Would you mind giving me a boost?
I'm beginning to think you're a phony, Costello. If you don't get me a starring part in this studio, I'm going to tell your mother just what really happened the night you bought me that 50-cent bag of gumdrops.
No, Lena, not that. Anything but that. Please don't tell her that.
Your mother wouldn't like that, would she?
No. She thinks those gumdrops only cost me a dime. Lena, why don't you give up this idea of being a movie star? And Hollywood is too rough and tough for a place for a girl like you. Go back to Brooklyn. They could use a good third baseman.
Listen, egghead, if you don't get me that starring part, I'm going to bend your nose down till it touches your knee. I'll stick hat pins in your eyeballs. Then I'll get a hot iron and solder your ears together. And if that doesn't work, I'll torture you.
Lena, I was only kidding. Come on in here. We'll see my director friend, Gregory Ratbiscuit. He'll do anything for a friend of mine. There's Mr. Ratbiscuit's secretary. Hey, you.
Well, what is it? I said, what is it?
I give up. What is it?
Boy, tell Mr. Ratbiscuit that Lou Costello has a friend out here that he wants to star in pictures.
Well, you'll just have to wait. Mr. Lawton is in there now trying to get a friend of his in pictures.
So, Mr. Lawton, you got a friend that you want to get in pictures, eh? Everybody's got friends. Nothing but friends. What am I running here, an old friend's home? I'll show you what I think of you and your friends. Now get up! Anybody else brings a friend in here, I'll smash them to pieces. I'll jump up and down on them. I'll tear them to bits. Well, Costello, I suppose you have a friend.
No, sir, not me. I haven't got a friend in the world. Everybody hates me. I'm all alone.
What about this young woman?
Oh, I never saw her before in all my life.
What a beautiful creature. What a gorgeous specimen of poultry. Poach it. Spring is busting out all over. Come, pretty one, come into my office. I want to discuss your possibility.
Oh, Mr. Ratbiscuit!
Costello. Why did you run off without me? Well, what have you done with Lena?
She's been in the office with Mr. Rat Biscuit. Huh? Whew, that must have been it. Oh, boy. She's been in there since 3 o'clock, Abbott. I don't know what to do.
Oh, you
That must
dumb-
be a terrific audition.
Now, wait a minute. You know Rat Biscuit is a ladies' man. Now, do you want him to steal your girl? Go in there and get Lena.
I'm afraid, Abbott. Rat Biscuit was in a terrible temper. I think he's mad at me.
You coward, go in there and get Lena.
Okay.
Well, Costello, what happened?
Oh, Lena's all right, Abbott. She's in there. And you know what, Abbott? That Rat Biscuit is a swell fella.
What do you mean?
And he ain't mad at me anymore. Look, he even gave me a quarter.
He gave you a quarter? What for?
Well, he wants me to go downtown and get him a bag of gumdrops.
Get him out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute those heroic men who wear the yellow and blue patch with the green cactus on their shoulders. The heroes of the 103rd Division, upon whose battle record is written the names of Wissembourg, Stuttgart, and Austria. In your honor, men of the 103rd Division, the makers of camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen again next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Well, Costello, it's nice to be back on the air with all our old friends. You know, I hope they've all got their radios tuned into our show tonight.
Well, Abbott, I know of one little radio that's tuned in down on the Lower East Side of New York. And that's at the bedside of a little pal of mine, little Johnny Stack. Come on, Johnny, get well quick. Get well for Abbott and I. I know the radio audience won't mind that we dedicated our opening show to you, Johnny. Okay. So good luck, kid.
Come on, Johnny. Get well, Johnny. Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody. Good night, Johnny.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. There's many a type of pipe in the world, and they give out with many different sorts of sound. For instance, take a Navy bosun's pipe. Or the pipes in an organ. Or that sound that signals tops in contentment, the sound of a man whose pipe is loaded with rich, full-bodied, mellow Prince Albert smoking tobacco.
Yes, that contented is the sound produced by a PA packed pipe. Because not only does Prince Albert deliver wonderful flavor and fragrance, but it's gentle to your tongue as well. Even if you're a marathon pipe smoker, a special no-bite treatment takes out the tongue punishment that spoils your smoking pleasure. Prince Albert is crimp cut, too, for firm packing, easy drawing, and even burning. Switch to PA today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to the Prince Albert program, Grand Ole Opry, broadcast coast to coast every Saturday night on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
USA. Really? You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life. the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, in spite of taxes and smog, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they win an extra $100.
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet Carol Fagros and John Grobley. So, folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every... Carol Fagros, is that right?
Fagros.
Carol Fagros, Are you Spanish?
No, Fagros is Norwegian. It means beautiful hill or little hill.
How old are you, Carol?
24.
24?
Mm-hmm.
Are you married?
Nope, single.
Got a boyfriend?
A couple of them, but no one special.
What kind of victim do you have in mind for the eventual coup de grace? Should your future husband have any special likes and dislikes?
Well, I'd like him to be able to swim and to dance and to ski and to sing a little bit and horseback ride.
You don't want a husband. You want a 5-man relay team. Your name is John Grobelli?
Grobley, Groucho.
Grobley. Can you swim, ski, sing, and are you a good dancer?
I can do some of those, Groucho.
John, would you like a date with Carol so you can show her how good a swimmer and dancer and skier you are?
You forget, Groucho, that I'm married.
If you were smart, you'd forget you were married. Where are you from originally, John?
Elko, Nevada, Groucho.
What is it like in Elko? Do they drink a lot of alcohol there?
That's rather barren. I left there at 6 months of age.
Well, what'd you do then?
Well, most of my life I've been going to school. About 20 years after high school.
Boy, you must be thick. How come you had so much school? Couldn't you get anything inside of it?
No, I kept trying, Groucho. I went to Santa Barbara College right after I got out of high school. And a short time in the service. Then after the war, I got a bachelor's
Did you go to school
degree.
in the service? Huh?
Yes, I went to Beirut's American University in France for a while.
What kind of a degree did you eventually wind up with? 33rd degree?
No, I finally got a Ph.D. degree from Peabody College in Tennessee.
What's a Ph.D.?
It's a doctor of philosophy.
What kind of a doctor is that? You mean if somebody gets a pain in his philosophy, he hollers for you?
No, it's a lengthy study of education and psychology, in my case.
Oh. Well, how long did it take you to get your doctor of philosophy? And what's his name?
The doctor took me 10 years and $10,000. Then they could call me doctor.
Cost you $10,000 to be called doctor?
Yes, sir.
Every time I call my doctor, it costs me pretty near that much. What do you do for a living, Doc?
I'm the Dean of Men at the University of California in Santa Barbara.
It cost you $10,000 just to be Dean of Men? Imagine what it must cost to get to be Dean of Women. What do you think of the doc here? Do you forgive him for pretending he isn't married?
Oh, he told us from the beginning he was married. You're being mean to him.
Well, who do you prefer, Carol? Me or him?
Him.
You and your education. What kind of work do you do, Carol?
I don't work.
Well, you don't have to. What do you do with all your spare time if you have no job and you don't work?
I play tennis.
Well, I play tennis too, but I always had a job. Okay, you can make a pretty good living playing tennis. Is that your main source of income?
Oh, no, I'm just an amateur.
Well, answer my question. Is that your main source of income?
Well, yes.
It is. Are you any good as a tennis player?
Well, in the United States, I'm ranked 5 and 6 in the world, and I've won a few championships here and there, and I just got back from Argentina, where I won the mixed doubles championships and the women's doubles.
Oh, that's very impressive. Huh? Do you you have any outstanding style of play like Gonzalez and Vic Sade or Kramer or any of those boys?
Mine's a little cornballish, but because I'm blonde and I wear gold pants.
Are you a real blonde?
No. I couldn't be so honest.
I think it's very becoming.
Yes, I am a real blonde.
I admire your frankness, too. Even though you are lying. Now, what is about you that's outstanding? I know I have a dim memory of something about you that I've read about, but I don't clearly remember what it is.
Well, I wear gold panties.
You wear gold panties?
Mm-hmm.
I used to play tennis, too. I was known as Long Draws Mark. You always wear gold panties when you play?
Well, yes, I do, but this year at Wimbledon, they wouldn't allow me to wear them.
Why not? Is that because England isn't on the gold standard?
No, they said it might distract my opponent.
Certainly would, I guess. It would distract me if I was only sitting in the grandstand. Well, you're certainly an attractive and charming couple, and I've certainly learned a lot about the gold standard here tonight. And a great deal about tennis. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. I imagine you're a pretty hep duo here, and you promised to ruin me financially. Now, you selected hit tunes of the 50s. Now, this is a revival of an old tune made popular as the theme of a recent movie. You tell me what it is.
Colonel Bogey's March.
That's right, Colonel Bogey March or the River Kwai. Now tell me this one. It's the title tune of another movie. Human is 33 years in school. Well, it's, the bell is tolled, Carol.
Yeah.
It's Gigi, and you should know that.
Gigi, of course. Isn't it?
Yeah, I know. The tune is Gigi.
Yeah.
Da-dum-da-da-da-da-da-da, Gigi.
You now have one wrong. If you get the next one wrong, the game is over.
Yeah.
I've got every confidence in you.
Okay.
And very little in him. All right. Tony Bennett has a famous recording of this song. You tell me the title.
No, you go ahead.
Sugar, or they call her Sugar?
No. Perhaps they do, but the name of the song is Firefly.
Oh, dear.
Why did you pick this category?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Miss Tuner. I want you to win some money. So now, we don't want you to go away broke. I'm going to ask you one question for $100. You ready? No help, please. It's a toughie. This question is about food. From what animal do we get sow belly? The chicken, that's right, yeah. I'm sorry you didn't win more, but thanks anyway for being on with us. You bet your life.
Thank you.
And out of it,
Bye. Well, Groucho, Rose Beale, and Ed Gilmer are waiting to talk to you. So, folks, you can please meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Wife, live. Now, if you say the secret word, you'll divide an extra $100, and it's a common word, something you see every day. Now, your name is Rose Bowl, and your name is Ed Gilmer. All right. That's you. How old are you, Ed? 60. 60. What do you got to show for your 60 years? Have you lived a rich, full life?
Yes, Groucho, I've lived it.
What have you done, Ed? That you can safely discuss here.
I have been in the hobo jungles 11 years.
A hobo?
Yes.
Well, that's a rich, full life, but it's certainly a bum answer. What finally happened to you, Ed? Did you finally become respectable and a credit to the community? And go and hawk for a house and a car and a refrigerator like everybody else?
No, Groucho. I finally went to work, and I was a professional butler for 2 years, and we saved a little money.
Professional butler? How much did you get then in the job?
Well, we worked 2 years, and we saved $4,000.
That's pretty good, huh? Now, what's the difference? I never understood. What was the difference between a panhandler and a hobo? I thought a bum was a bum was a bum. You know, like Gertrude Stein. I don't mean she was a bum, but she wrote a rose is a rose is a rose. I still don't know what that means.
Well, a hobo, he
Are you paying any attention to what I'm saying? I hope so, because they're not. Now, what is the difference between, the technical difference between a bum and a hobo?
Well, Groucho, a hobo, he works for a living. And a bum, he never works.
Well, let me get this straight. When you need money, you go to work.
That's
that
right.
makes you a hobo. In that case, there are 40 million hobos in the United States. And you just made a bum out of me. Now, Rose Bowl, that's a strange name. Let's get back to you. Where are you from, Rose?
Well, I'm originally from Berlin, Germany.
Oh. Well, now, when did you come to America?
I came in 1939 when I was 17 years old.
Well, do you have a job, or do you just keep house?
Well, I own and operate the Rose Van Horn shop.
You operate on Rose Van Horn? What is that? What's the matter with her?
Well, there's nothing wrong with her.
I'd like to shake your hand. Shake. She owns and operates the Rose Van Horn shops. Let's give her all a big hand, shall we? Now then, what are the Rose Van Horn shops? Do you make roses, vans, or horns?
Well, we are selling contemporary furniture, home furnishings such as lamps, accessories, furniture.
Sounds very legitimate. Why do you have to use an alias for this work?
Well, Groucho, it's not an alias. Rose Van Horn is my maiden name.
Oh, but you said you were married.
Yes, I am.
Well, what does Mr. Van Horn call you? Among other things.
No, my husband's name is John Beale. I'm Mrs. Beale. My maiden name
Beale,
is
you
Van
said your
Horn.
name was Rose Bowl.
Well, you said that.
Oh. Your name is Rose Beale.
That's right.
Well, there's no football games there. What kind of late wrinkles do you have in your selling? I mean, that you could stick the public with.
Well, we don't stick the public.
Well, whoever you stick.
We're using a whole new concept.
Yeah?
We feel it isn't necessary to really throw out all your new old furniture and buy new furniture.
Just throw your wife out and keep the furniture.
And spend a lot of money. You can get a new look and make it modern looking by just, changing a lamp, adding a picture, adding a nice accessory, an ashtray, for instance. And you get exactly that same new look without spending a lot of money.
What do you suggest I do with my home? Burn it down?
Well, Groucho, I haven't seen your home, but I'd like to come up and give you some interior decorating advice, if you'd like, that is.
And would it be necessary for you to bring your husband?
No, not on business calls.
Well, this would certainly be a business call.
Yes,
But I don't think it'd work out. I've had experience, with interior decorators. An interior decorator is somebody who wants to do things to your house that her husband would never let her do to her own house. Now, isn't that true?
Oh, no, you're wrong, Groucho.
Well, I usually am, but I'm certainly willing to discuss it.
Well, interior decorators are very valuable.
No. Actually, I was just spoofing. I'd like to go on record right here that no home is complete without an interior decorator.
You're right.
And to prove it, I've got a decorator hanging in every room in my house.
Oh.
Well, you're a charming couple, and I haven't understood anything that we talked about tonight.
You want to start all over?
Well, perhaps. Anyhow, we've got to get on with the important business, so let's play You Bet Your Life. You selected plants, animals, and beer. That's right? Richtig. I ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you are out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
Good.
Das ist sehr gut, nicht? Ja, das ist wunderbar. Großartig. What are Ayrshires, Jerseys, and Guernseys?
Animals, cows.
Cows is right.
You now have one right.
What do you call a male goose?
Gander.
That's a Newfoundland, isn't it?
Yeah.
You now have 2 rights.
Was is the plant whose leaves are used for salad and whose roasted roots are used as a coffee substitute? Verstehen Sie das? What is used as a substitute for coffee? It's a plant whose leaves are used for salad, too.
Chicory?
Chicory dock, that's right.
You'll have 3 right. Get the next one right, and you'll have $1,000.
What do you call a male duck?
Drake.
Drake is right.
You got 4 in a row, you win $1,000.
$1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $5,000 or even $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Groucho, here's Rose Beale and Ed Gilmer back to give you their decision. Would you come out, folks, please?
Now, you won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the big money and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do?
I'm going to try.
You're going to try to?
No, Groucho.
You're going to quit? You're going to take your money and scram, is that it?
Right.
Okay, well, that's your privilege. Goodbye, and nice seeing you. We're giving you 2 chances at the wheel, so think of a number between 1 and 10.
10.
Now, if that comes up, the big question is worth $5,000. Now, since you're only half a team, think of a second number for $2,500. 6 and 10. That number comes up, the question is worth $2,500. Now, if any other number comes up, the question is worth $1,000. Ready?
Ready.
Give it a turn. Missed it by a hair. Your numbers were 6 and 10. At last it landed on 7. So this question is worth $1,000. You ready?
Ready.
In 1958, Mexico elected a new president. His inauguration was attended by notables from around the world and was described on the front page of virtually every newspaper in America. For $1,000, who is the new president of Mexico? Think it over. What's your answer?
I don't know it.
Well, I'm sorry. The answer is Lopez Mateos. So, you missed it, so you wind up with $250. That isn't too bad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thanks for being with us.
That's the Groucho Marx program, You Bet Your Life. For March 2nd, 1959, in just a moment, we'll answer a question about the radio series Topper. Well, I'm sure most of our audience will remember the television series Topper. That was based on the motion picture film that starred Cary Grant and Roland Young. Well, the TV series Topper was Leo G. Carroll. A listener from Coos Bay, Oregon wants to know who played Topper on radio. Well, Topper on radio was the same actor who originated the motion picture film role. That was Roland Young. Topper was a summer series on NBC and was heard in 1940.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Gook and young Mr. Rush Gook. The latter is seated on the davenport, industriously plying needle and thread to the ripped seam of an indoor baseball. His mother, who has just this moment arrived home from a downtown shopping expedition, stands beside the library table gazing dangerously at an object on top, and she's saying,
"What on earth's this?"
Christmas card sample book.
Where'd it come from?
Ain't it yours?
Mine?
I thought one of your Christmas card salesmen left it. Miss Harris or Miss Wheeler or Miss Scott or
Is Gav home?
Uh-huh, upstairs.
What doing?
Changing clothes. He's taking supper with Mr. Buller at the Butler House Hotel this evening.
Did? He must have brought this.
Well, I certainly didn't.
Hi, kiddo. Be right down. Now, who in the name of Detroit, Michigan is trying to sell us Christmas cards?
I haven't the slightest idea.
I thought it was about time somebody started putting the pressure on again. It's been a long, long lull. Christmas card people haven't bothered us for over a month. But when they start, they really start. Mr. Erickson buttonholed me this noon, and just now I found a postal card from Aunt Bess in the mailbox.
Christmas greetings?
Both of them. Never rains but it pours. Tomorrow, probably Miss Wheeler and Miss Scott and Miss Harris and the rest of the Christmas card tribe will come around. God brought this sample book home, huh?
I guess he must have, if you didn't.
Oh, person gets so tired of this business.
Did Horseshoe Nail tell you my plans for this evening, Sadie?
Yeah.
I'm dining in the fashionable purple room of the Butler House Hotel as a guest of Mr. Buller.
He kind of left you and me out in the cold. We don't get to take nourishment out in high society. We have to stay home and eat in the kitchen.
Buller arrived on the 3:45. Broke down, offered to set me up to dinner at the Butler House. I telephoned you from the office to tell you to cook for just you and Cowpasture, but nobody answered. This necktie go okay with this suit?
Whose sample book?
Buller's.
Is he in the Christmas card business?
His little niece's.
And we're supposed to patronize his little niece?
That's the general idea. His little niece is the apple of his eye. I was asked to bring that catalog home and submit it to your inspection.
Rush, out in the dining room on the buffet. Go fetch Aunt Bess's postal card.
Yeah.
This necktie go okay with this suit, kiddo? I wish to dazzle the beautiful girls in the purple room tonight. I want to see them nudge each other and whisper excitedly about the handsome man with the sad eyes who so elegantly butters his bread and so delicately eats corn on the cob.
Your collar's all squeegeed funny in the back.
Really? I'll adjust it for you.
Well, you going to buy Christmas cards off in Buller?
It might be a very wise procedure. Buller's a pretty important man in my firm, and it behooves me to keep him happy. Yes, I think I'd best play
Read
ball.
that out loud, Rush.
Okay.
Listen to this.
Tidings from Carberry, huh?
Yes.
Dear Sister and all, thought I would write and see how you are feeling. We are fine, and Waller's kneecap has let up considerable on the twinges. I wrote you so recent, there's really nothing new I've got on my mind to say. But I thought, here it is June, and maybe I better hurry up and remind you that I'm still head of the Christmas card committee for the church. I'm mailing you our sample book, and you should get it soon. Well, that was all. Write when you can. Love to Victor and Rush. Bess.
I found it in the mailbox when I got home just now. And on top of that, our beautiful landlord buttonholed me today.
Christmas cards?
Yes, Christmas cards. Like I was just saying to Rush here, never rains but it pours. The darn Christmas card people have laid off on us for a month, but it's just been the lull before the storm. When they strike all at once like a pack of wolves. Not that Bess is any pack of wolves, of course, but it just seems like everybody and their brother jumps out of a clear sky. Yeah, I recognize the catalog. The salesman sells enough Christmas cards that they put his name in his hat with gold letters.
Also, they give him an hour's free parking space. We will park the automobile for a period of 60 minutes in the downtown section of Toledo, Ohio, absolutely free.
Many, many, many times I've listened to that. Are you going to patronize Buller?
I don't see how I can gracefully refuse. He dotes on that little niece of his.
Well, I dote on this little sister of mine. I dote on this little landlord of mine. I dote on this little friend of mine. I dote on the little garbage man of mine. I dote on all these little neighbors of mine. They all sell Christmas cards. The whole caboodle. Can we buy from all of them?
Well, the problem don't strike me as being so enormous, say.
Don't it?
No.
Hey, some of these are familiar. Merry Christmas, you flat-footed ox. What's old Santa Claus going to put in your socks? If I had a face like yours, I'd go jump in the lake. Your brother's a half-wit. Your uncle's a fake.
All through the year, spring, summer, fall, and winter, we have to go through the same darn nonsense. Person gets so tired of it.
Here's another old favorite. Slap me in the face with a wreath of holly. Give me a kiss and let's be jolly. The Yuletide season is full of fun. If you eat any more pudding, you'll weigh 16 tons.
A wistful sentiment, fragile and fugitive.
You determined to buy Christmas cards off in Buller?
Well, determined is rather a strong word.
Well, Christmas card orders run us around $10 every year. Does Buller's niece being in the business mean we have to whip out another $10 bill?
Oh, Buller's niece?
I'm got to buy from Bess. My own sister and for the church and all. And then there's Mr. Erickson. He's our landlord and has to be rubbed the right way or he'll shortchange us on improvements around the house and stuff. Miss Scott next door will be sore and touchy and mean for months if I don't buy her Christmas cards. And you know how I am about being on the outs with next-door neighbors. And there's Miss Harris across the alley. I owe her favors by the bushel. Can I refuse to buy her Christmas cards? And Miss Wheeler up the street. She feels I ought to be a Christmas card customer of hers because we're both in the Thimble. And Mr. Gumpox. He needs the business more than anybody. He's done more odd jobs and run more errands than I could pay him back for in 8 years.
By George, there are angles to this.
Angles by the gallon. Keeps me awake at night thinking about him. And it's also kind of halfway ridiculous. This is summertime. This is June. Why should a person lose sleep over Christmas cards when Christmas is 6 months away?
No.
Well, my heart just sank when I saw that sample card book there on the library table.
You're not very pretty and you're not very smart. But I hope you enjoy the holiday season, and that's a wish straight from the heart.
Funny thing is, the whole crowd represents that same rotten Christmas card company. Mr. Buller, Miss Wheeler, Miss Scott, Mr. Erickson, Bess, Miss Harris, and Mr. Gumpox.
Grandpa Snyder and Hank Gustav.
Yeah, Grandpa Snyder and Hank Gustav. The whole gang working for that crazy Toledo, Ohio outfit. Isn't there any other firms that sell Christmas cards?
Sure, but the other firms don't give their salesmen free parking space in Toledo, Ohio, or paste their names in their hat for them.
What was that last idiotic thing you read off?
You're not very pretty and you're not very smart. But I hope you enjoy the holiday season, and that's a wish straight from the heart.
Well, I wouldn't send that to a horse.
Here's a better one. Santa Claus reindeers come over the hill. I think I'll roast a turkey and eat my fill. I look like a baboon, and I got no sense. When you going to pay me the $2 you owe me, George?
Well, don't that even rhyme?
No.
Perhaps it has a deep, subtle meaning, a hidden significance of great beauty that don't at first meet the eye.
I suppose.
Say, Rush mentioned Hank Gustav a minute ago. He's another Christmas card guy you got to patronize, ain't he?
I generally patronize Hank, yeah.
Well, how much worth of Christmas cards you buy off him last year?
The bill, if I recollect correctly, was in the neighborhood of 10 berries.
All right, 10 berries. I spent 10 berries, too. Just for the fun of it, let's figure out what we'd have to spend to patronize everybody we feel like we ought to patronize this year.
Okay. Listen, in Mr. Buller's case, though, let's remember that he holds a lofty position in the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. And when he wants me to do him a favor...
Well, let's start off with Mr. Buller. Mr. Buller, $10.
It's his niece, you know, that's actually in the business.
No, Mr. Buller's niece, $10.
Hank Gustav.
Hank Gustav, $10 more, $20.
And Bess.
$10 more, $30.
Mr. Erickson.
$40.
Miss Harris.
$50.
Miss Scott.
$60.
Miss Wheeler.
$70.
I guess that's all the Christmas cards.
Mr. Gumpox.
Oh, sure.
$80.
Guy.
Ain't that fine, though? $80. For Christmas cards. And everybody mad at each other. And us having to worry about it in June. Worrying and fretting and stewing about Christmas cards in June.
Here's a pretty good one. During the Yuletide season, we eat lots of goose and cranberry sauce and take chances on getting fat. Get off my foot, you son of a gun, or I'll hit you in the head with this baseball bat.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's. Where do you leave me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Clifton Fowlerman. Had a mental brain from the radio. Huh? Is he the guy who says what? Madam, what is your problem? No, Duffy, you're thinking of Mark Anthony. Oh, this is the guy that asked the questions on information, please. Very brainy guy. Huh? Yeah, maybe you're right at that, Duffy. What brains does it take to ask questions? Yeah. Well, anyways, we're stuck with him. Yeah. He's coming down to lecture to the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society. Well, don't worry, Duffy. I'm writing the lecture for him, so he can't louse us up. The crowd here? The usual gang of crumbs. Yeah, but, oh, by the way, Moriarty just come in. He's very sore at the government. Yeah, for canceling last year's income tax. Well, you remember when he filled out his return, he chiseled so much he didn't pay nothing? Now he figures he's losing money. Yeah. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. Okay.
Welcome to Duffy's. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Tito Kazar, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Clifton Fadiman, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Mr. Archie?
Yeah?
Well, what happened to the sign?
What sign, Eddie?
The watch your hats and coats sign.
There it is, only I rephrased the words so that Clifton Fadiman will feel more at home here. Read it.
Let me see. Maintain scrutiny of thy chapeaus and hats. Nice and confusing, ain't it?
Yes, isn't it? It's a quotation from Shakespeare. Did you ever see any of Shakespeare's plays, Eddie?
One, As You Like It.
Well?
I didn't like it.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he had an off day that day.
Hello, Arch.
Well, Clifton Finnegan. Hello, Finnegan.
Arch, look at this boy of my a poem by Crackpot O'Toole of Fortune. Dedicated right at me personal.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. What's the poem, Finnegan?
I'll read it to you. Some men is fools and morons, and some is even judge. But you, dear Clifton, combined them all. Nature has gave you the woods. Well, the guy must really like me, huh?
Yeah, he must. You may not know it, Finnegan, but that poem is written in pure cubic centimeter.
Centimeter? You mean he's going to charge me for it?
No, Finnegan, if he charged you, you'd have to pay at least a nickel a meter. Don't forget, that's an original crackpot.
Archie?
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Did you see my Dostoevsky?
Your what?
My Dostoevsky.
Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
No, it's a book.
Miss Duffy, what would you be doing with a book?
Well, Clifton Fadiman's coming down here, and I don't want him to catch me not reading.
Well, naturally,
You see, if everybody stopped reading, authors would stop writing. And if authors stopped writing because nobody was reading, Mr. Fadiman, being a critic, couldn't read what authors were writing, and that'd put an end to his writing about reading. And the poor man would be out of a job.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Or to put it another way, if authors write and people don't
please,
read...
Miss Duffy, I don't think I care to go around again. Dostoevsky. Who ever heard of Dostoevsky?
Oh, you probably never even heard of Shakespeare.
Miss Duffy, not alone have I heard of Shakespeare, I happen to know Bacon, the man who plagiarized him.
Who?
Sir Francis Bacon, the man who wrote every word that Shakespeare ever wrote.
Archie, do you mean to stand there and say that the greatest writer that ever wrote didn't?
Yes, I do. Shakespeare, the so-called bard of Stratford Avenue. I maintain that he is strictly a phony.
Archie, how can you say such a thing about a man who's too dead to defend himself?
Miss Duffy, you dig him up and I'll tell it to him to his face.
Well, wait a minute, Archie. Maybe we're talking about not the same Shakespeare. What was the first name of yours?
William.
Yeah, that's the one, all right.
Of course, William Randolph Shakespeare. Besides, Miss Duffy, when you talk about guys like Shakespeare, it ain't necessary to mention their first names. Everybody knows who you mean.
I differ with you.
In what respect?
How about Washington?
Miss Duffy, if I went up to a strange guy and said Washington, I'm sure the guy would know that I meant George.
Not if he was selling train tickets.
If I was buying a train ticket, I would say Washington, D.C.
Then why don't you say Shakespeare, D.C.?
Because I ain't going to Shakespeare, D.C.
Why not?
Because I can't get a room. Look, Miss Duffy, I got Clifton Fadiman coming down here to read my lecture to Mrs. Piddleton and them dames, and I got a lot on my mind. Pending our waiting for the arrival of Clifton Fadiman, Mrs. Piddleton, and Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, you'll be simply enchanted to know that we will now hear a song by Mr. Tito Gazar, Mexico's answer to the Andrews sisters. What is the song, Tito?
I will sing a beautiful song entitled Si Bonet.
Well, that's your own for negative. Go ahead and sing it. Ladies will please swoon.
Si Bonet de mi sueño, si no oyes la queja de mi voz. Si Bonet, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Si Bonet de mi sueño, te espero con ansia en mi calle. Si Bonet, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Voy el eco de mi canto de cristal. Si Bonet, yo te quiero, yo me muero por tu amor. Ven aquí, que te quiero y que todo tesoro eres tú para mí. Si voy al arrullo de tu
Tito, simply bravado. Mucho groucho.
Say, Mr. Archie, did that Mr. Fetterman drink coffee?
Coffee? I guess so. Eddie, why?
Well, we're running a little short.
Well, add some chicory to what you got.
Okay. But chicory added to chicory is going to taste a little like...
Well, he'd probably be reading a book anyway. He won't notice it.
Oh, Archie, dear boy.
Well, Mrs. Pendleton, how are you? You're looking great.
Archie, you know I look a fright.
All right. What makes you look like such a fright?
Oh, I've had a terrible experience. Terrible. I had to come down here by subway.
Good gracious. The subway? How ghastly.
Well, there was no alternative. You see, my limousine is hors de combat.
Yeah, what year?
Hors de combat, Archie, a French expression, out of action.
Oh, you mean like OPA?
OPA?
An American expression. Out of gas. That subway must be simply livid for one to ride in, huh?
Oh, yes. One encounters such a bourgeois class of society.
Oh, simply bourgeois, yeah. Makes one sorry one went to the trouble of ducking under the turnstile.
Archie, then you have been in the subway.
Only in London. Of course, over there we refer to it as the lift. But so much for conversation. I'm glad to see you.
Well, it's a delight to be here again. The same, except poor Mr. Duffy. He seems to have aged considerably.
Mrs. Pendleton, that's the moose head you're looking at.
Moose head? Oh, Archie, I'm afraid you'll have to remove it.
Why?
My doctor's orders. I'm allergic to stuffed animals. Oh, yes, Mrs. Gribb. We're waiting for you and Mrs. Allen. Well, Mr. Fadiman isn't here yet. Clifton Fadiman. Oh, my dear, I can't help it. There's a moose here, and it does something to my hay fever. I should do what? It already has been shot. Oh, yes, he's speaking tonight on literature. Don't Dr. Booth. Clifton Fadiman. Well, we'll wait for you, darling. Goodbye.
Oh, well, thank you. Mrs. Pendleton, the operator says Gesundheit. Hey, Eddie. Eddie, take Mrs. Pendleton into the kitchen. There, she won't smell the moose.
I see what you mean.
What, Miss Duffy?
Ain't that Mr. Fadiman coming in?
Oh, sure, Clifton Fadiman. Me old pal Clifton Fadiman. Hell, you Kip, old boy,
I'm looking for someone named Archie.
Just a minute. I'm Archie. You had the pleasure of meeting me just a short nonce ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm wearing my wife's glasses.
Your wife's glasses? Oh, that's different. I can't expect your wife to know me. By the way, Mr. Fadiman, this is Miss Duffy.
Plaza 59970.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're always asking questions, so I thought I'd give you the answer first.
Miss Duffy, Mr. Fadiman is an intellectual. He don't go out with dames.
Well, that intellectual I ain't. In fact, when it comes to dames, my taste is positively lowbrow.
Plaza 59970.
Please, Miss Duffy. Mr. Fadiman just came here. Kip, by the way, speaking of books...
Now, who was?
I was. Speaking of books, did you ever read any of the works of the famous poet and forger, Crackpot O'Toole?
O'Toole. What sort of things does he write?
Mostly sonnets and bum checks. That's him. Sonnets and bum checks. That's him over there tilting the pinball machine. Hey, Crackpot.
Yeah,
Crackpot, come here. Clifton Fetterman, meet Crackpot O'Toole. Crackpot, meet Clifton Fetterman. You two guys should have a lot in common.
Oh, you're a forger, Mr. Fetterman?
Crackpot, Mr. Fetterman is from Information Place. Kip, you'll pardon Crackpot's ignorancy. He's been upstate, up the river, Ossining.
Oh, you mean in the clink?
In the clink, yeah, in a manner of speaking, yes. We can talk about it, can't we, Crackpot?
Why not? It was nothing. Only a few years for forgery. I made a little innocent mistake when I signed a check. I put 2 T's in Vanderbilt. The whole thing was laughable.
Kip, someday if you get a chance, I'd like you to get a look at Crackpot's adaptation of Shakespeare.
Crackpot? You rewrote Shakespeare?
Yep.
I rewrote 23 of his plays. How long did it take you? 23 minutes.
23 minutes, Crackpot? I bet you Shakespeare himself didn't even write it that fast.
Well, after all, Arch, I got an edge on the guy. I'm ambidextrous.
What's that?
Two-handed dexterous. I can write with both hands.
Mr. Fetterman, couldn't you use Crackpot on Information, please, sometime?
But, Archie, we have a poetry expert, John Kieran.
Granted, but suppose you ask Kieran to quote you something, say, from Lord Byron. Could he do it?
Of course. He could quote whole stanzas. Could Crackpot do that?
Not alone could Crackpot quote whole stanzas, he could give you the whole poem in Byron's own handwriting.
Thanks, Arch.
Okay, Crackpot. Yeah?
Littleton wants to know when the lecture's going to start.
Oh, any minute, Eddie. Go over and talk to her. Keep her happy for a second.
I've been talking to her. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. It's pretty monotonous conversation.
Well, talk to her anyways. Are you ready for the lecture, Mr. Fetterman?
All ready.
Okay, you ready, Danny?
Ready. Ladies and gentlemen.
Just a second, Mr. Fetterman. What's right is right. Danny started first. Besides, you ain't studied the lecture that I wrote for you.
You wrote a lecture for me?
You seem amazed. I'll go over it with you in a minute. Mr. Fetterman, leave us get started, huh?
Archie, did I hear you correctly? You wrote a lecture for me?
That's right.
And you expect me to read it?
Don't worry, there ain't many big words. And what ones there is, I wrote out in capital type. Here it is.
But I brought my own
own lecture.
Your own lecture. Look, Fadiman, suppose you was in my spot. Would you let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come in off the street and read his own stuff? How do I know it's clean? How do I know it makes sense?
Well, I was just going to talk about the rudimentary forms of iambic pentameter.
You see? Listen, in this business, we got to protect ourselves.
Well, all right, I'll read your speech, but there's one thing.
What?
If I get fired from information, please, can I eat here?
That I wouldn't advise. Now, please, leave us get going, huh?
Oh, Archie! Archie, when is the lecture going to start?
Any minute, Mrs. Middleton. Mrs. B, this is Clifton Fadiman.
Oh, Mr. Fadiman, I want you to know how deliriously happy it makes us girls to have a man like you talk to us.
Mrs. Piddleton. These days, it makes girls deliriously happy if any man talks to them. Leave us get on with the lecture, huh? Trumpets, please. Thank you. Your man is improving, Mr. Van Steeden. Thank you. Ladies, I introduce a man who needs no introduction. So, without further introducing him, I present you Mr. Clifton Fadiman. A lecture, Mr. Fadiman.
Thank yous, one and all. Ladies of the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, my subject for tonight is contemporary literature. I will discuss contemporary literature from literature in the Middle Ages to books for children. Literature is divided into three parts: fiction, non-fiction, and... Archie, where's the third part?
I couldn't think of it. I went nuts. One.
Literature was started by the cavemen who used to chop out stories in stone with an axe, hence the term hack writer. This, however, was very hard on the circulating libraries, as people got tired carrying home them stone books. Besides, many times the stones would fall on the author, crushing him, hence the expression pulp writer. This led to the invention of sheepskin, which up till then had only been used for diplomas. Literature has gave birth to more writers than any other profession. Namely, among whom are Shakespeare, Bacon, Dickens, and Sir Walter Lipton. Among the French writers are Voltaire, Charlemagne, and Francho Cone. Say, Archie, you left out Mademoiselle from Armentières.
That's a different kind of literature.
Now, among the American writers is also a great assortment of literary authors. Just as music has its three B's, Bach and Beethoven, American literature has its three O's, O'Neill, Odette, and O'Toole. Next comes the Russian writers, among who is Tolstoy, Rimsky-Korsakov, Dostoevsky, and the greatest Russian of them all. Oh, I can't.
Go ahead, Fadiman.
Ivanhoe.
on with it. My reputation will be ruined. Ladies, the lecture is over. I thank you.
Oh, Mr. Fadiman.
Yes, Mrs. Middleton.
I've heard you speak many times. I've read every word you've ever written. Your books, your reviews in the New Yorker magazine.
Yes?
And there's one thing I want to tell you. In my personal opinion, this is the first time you've ever made sense.
To leave Duffy's for the evening, but let's all meet again at Duffy's next week when our guest will be Monty Woolley. Remember,
Duffy's where your late mate date. Yeah, Duffy, next week, Monty Woolley. Hey, yeah, the guy with the beard. Huh? The hot weather? Don't worry, Duffy. Nature takes care of them things. In the summer, he sheds.
Seal for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Seal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Seal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And right now, it's the life of Riley. There are 30 million people in the United States who own autos. That means that there are 30 million people who can't imagine how Chester A. Riley is feeling right now as he stands on a street corner waiting for a bus to take him home from work. Waiting with him is his friend, Jim Gillis.
Here it comes. There it goes. How do you like that, Gillis? That's the third bus passed us right by. What do them drivers think we are, a stop sign? Relax, Riley. Let calmness be prevalent. We're human beings, ain't we? We've got rights. I tell you, Gillis, this is against the Constitution. You don't know what you're talking about. What Constitution? Well, my Constitution. It's getting tired standing here. This has got to stop. Those buses have been passing people by now for 5 years. Yeah, but you got to admit the service is improving. Now they just pass you by. They don't jump onto the curb and try and knock you down. Oh, here comes another one, Riley. Get your transfer ready. Yeah, this one's slowing down. Hey, look out, you're beating up! Why, you're all good! And that goes for your whole company. Listen, Riley, what are you getting so excited for? We're only a few blocks from home. Let's walk. No, I got a transfer, and I'm going to use it. Well, I'm walking. Not me. That bus company owes me a ride. And I'm riding home tonight if I have to stand here until morning to do it.
Hey, you on the curb, wake up.
You're waiting for a bus? That's my business. On your way to the bus. Wait, don't leave. I'm coming.
Step in. Speeding up. Watch your step. Have your fare ready. Move to the rear.
Which do you want me to do first?
Okay, wise guy. Watch the door.
Look, buddy, I've ridden on buses before. Would you mind opening the door? My foot's still out in the street.
told you to watch out. Now put your fare in the box.
I got a transfer here.
This transfer's no good. Put a dime in the box.
No good. What do you mean, no good?
It's punch 6 o'clock. It's almost 8 now.
But I've been waiting on that corner for over an hour. 6 buses passed me by.
Deposit 10 cents in the box or get off the vehicle.
Now, look here, you. I ain't paying no fare and I ain't getting off this bus. I know my rights. And if I get off this bus, somebody a lot bigger than me will have to throw me off. He didn't look that big sitting down.
Riley, is that you? Where have you been? What happened?
What's the matter, Pop?
They can't do this to me. They won't get away with it. I'm a citizen. I owe as much taxes as the next guy.
Oh, Riley, calm down and tell us what happened.
Yeah, spill it, Pop.
I got thrown off a bus.
Oh, is that all?
Well, that's a fine answer. You'd think my own wife would show a little interest.
Of course I'm interested. Now, what really happened?
Well, this driver said my transfer was no good and he got rough.
Pop, you let a bus driver push you around?
Well, no. No bus driver's pushing your old man around. All he did was grab me by the seat of my pants, throw me down the steps and halfway into a sewer. Lucky for him, he didn't go too far.
All right, Riley, now sit down. Supper's ready.
I can't eat now. If I eat in the state I'm in, I'll get acute indigestion.
But, dear, we got a steak.
Okay, so I'll suffer. And so will that bus company suffer. I'm going to...
Riley, stop taking this so serious.
Well, believe me, it is serious. When a citizen of the United States don't dare get on a bus without a personal bodyguard.
You know what, Pop? You ought to take this up with the CIA.
CIA? What's that?
The Community Improvement Association. I saw something about it in the paper. Oh, yeah, here it is. Listen. The second meeting of the newly formed Community Improvement Association will be held tonight at the high school auditorium. J. Cheever Bennett, well-known local attorney, will preside. All citizens are urged to attend and air their complaints.
That's for me. I'm going there. My complaint needs a little airing.
Oh, Riley, why make such a fuss?
I ain't throwing out my hard-earned money on transfers they refuse.
But a transfer's only a few cents.
With me, it ain't the money. It's the principal and the money.
Hey, Riley, what are you doing around here?
Oh, hello, Gillis. I'm going to CIA meeting.
So am I.
I'm going to complain about the bus. What are you complaining about?
Nothing, just going for pleasure. I'm so sick of my wife's complaints, it'll be a relief to hear somebody else shoot their mouth off. You know, like the French say, a busboy's holiday.
Hey, we better go in. I think they started already.
Oh, yeah.
And when I organized this association, I did so with one paramount purpose in mind. Community improvement through community action.
That's J. Cheever Bennett, the lawyer. Brilliant. Honor graduate from William and Mary.
You don't say. 2 colleges.
And so I say it is not only your civic right, but your civic duty to fight injustice wherever it rears its ugly head.
Gillis, I can't see. Please move your ugly head.
Well, that's very fancy. And so it is up to you, the citizens of this community. Let us hear your complaints and we will act. The floor is now open.
Go on, Riley. Now's your chance.
Well, I've been thinking it over. I changed my mind.
Come, we're here to share each other's problems.
My friend here, Riley, has a complaint he wants to bring before this august body.
Mr. Riley has the floor.
Well, this evening I was standing on the corner waiting for a bus. There I was, a decent, lovable, and there I was, laying in the gutter with a transfer in my hand. And I say to you, is that a way to treat the gutters of our fair city? I thank you.
I am sure that Mr. Riley's shameful experience has aroused the righteous indignation in each and every one of us.
Oh, it was awful.
My friends, something must be done, and done immediately.
Sooner than immediately.
We must fight this in the courts. A test case. We must sue.
Hey, wait, just a minute. Wait.
The bus company must realize that it cannot trample roughshod on the rights of the people. Come on. Mr. Riley, if you put that in the form of a motion.
But I don't want to sue.
You're out of order. Do I hear a motion?
But I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Will someone second it?
I also second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
The motion is carried. Mr. Riley, we understand your natural trepidation in getting involved in a court case. You are worried about expenses, lawyers' fees. But let me assure you, sir, that this organization will stand behind you with every cent in its treasury. And now I would like to pass the hat around for a defense fund. We'll start with you, Mr. Riley.
Track.
Oh, honest, Riley. Anybody who'd get mixed up in a lawsuit with a big bus company
it's
is
all
just...
settled. My head's made up.
It's not settled. I want you to drop the whole thing. What have you got to gain? You're only suing for 51 cents.
It's not the money. I'm just doing my duty as a citizen. This is a test case, an experiment. Someday you'll be proud that you're married to a guinea pig.
Oh, gee, Pop, I guess you're a pretty important guy.
Son, when you put it that way, how can I argue with you?
I don't like this, Riley.
Meg, will you please stop worrying? I'm a cinch to win this case. Guess who's going to be here in a little while with my lawyer? The bus company's lawyer, Andrew Crow.
Andrew Crow?
Yeah.
Why, he's the famous criminal lawyer.
They're scared. They know they're dealing with me, so they got a criminal lawyer.
Pop, what's he coming here for?
He wants to compromise me. You know, settle out of court.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But I ain't gonna. I'm gonna lick him in court. The whole town's counting on me.
But, Riley, don't you...
that's them. Now, Peg, let me do the talking.
Well, Riley, my esteemed client.
Hello, Mr. Bennett. Come in.
Riley, this is Mr. Crow, who represents the bus company.
Oh. Well, you can't always be on the winning side, huh, Mr. Crow?
Not always. The fact is, Mr. Riley, my client is willing to effect a compromise, but Mr. Bennett here refuses.
Oh, absolutely. We demand vindication in court. On that score, my client and I are of one mind.
That's right. We got only one mind between us.
But, Mr. Riley, my company is willing to tender a formal apology.
Riley, if they're willing to apologize...
Oh, Mr. Crow, they're willing to apologize, huh?
Yes.
Will the president of the company get down on his knees in the bus terminal?
Well, hardly.
Then nothing doing. We'll settle this in court tomorrow.
Very well. Oh, yes. And by the way, Mr. Riley, I hope you realize that if you insist on going to trial, we shall be forced to institute a countersuit against you on behalf of the bus driver for assault and battery with intent to kill. The maximum penalty is 5 years. Good day.
Wait, Mr. Crow. Let's talk this over.
Good day, Mr. Riley.
No, wait, please, Mr. Crow. Here, sit down. Have a cigar. Peg, get him a Coke. Junior, shine his shoes.
You've changed your mind, Mr. Riley?
No, just a moment, Crow. My client is a man of principle, and for that principle, he's willing to risk 10 years in jail.
Now, wait, Bennett. He only said 5.
5 years is a long time, Mr. Riley.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Riley, tell Mr. Crow you'll compromise.
Yeah. Listen, Mr. Crow, I'm willing to settle. I got nothing against the bus company. I love that bus company. I'd rather sniff their carbon monoxide than the best perfume. Let's settle, huh?
Well,
Now you're being sensible.
Oh, just a moment, Crow. You can't come in here and use your vicious blackmailing tricks.
Blackmail? You accuse me, Andrew Crow, of blackmail? Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Please, Mr. Crow. I'll have you disbarred for this.
Please,
Mr.
Dare you threaten me with disbarment?
Listen to me. I want to settle.
Settle? It's out of the question. You want to fight, you'll get one.
No, you can't scare us, Crow. I'm ready to fight this case right up to the Supreme Court. If it takes every cent that Riley has.
Bennett, please stay off my side.
Listen, Mr. Crow.
There's nothing more to be said. Good day.
Oh, don't worry, Riley. We've got him on the run.
Yeah, he's on the run, all right. But he's chasing me.
Well, Riley had a run-in with a bus driver and got thrown off the bus. He complained at a community meeting, and now he finds he's the plaintiff in a lawsuit against the bus company. The trial has been going on all morning, and as we look in on the courtroom now, Riley's friend Gillis is on the stand as a character witness.
Order in the court. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Gillis.
Yeah, Judge.
Well, like I was saying, I've always known Riley to be a man of the highest character, honesty, integrity, and indecency.
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. That is all.
Oh, good old Gillis. He sure come through for me, Peg.
How'd I do, pal?
Great, Gillis. I appreciate what you've done. And someday I'll commit perjury for you, too.
Mr. Riley, take the stand.
I'm coming, Judge.
Order in the court! One more outburst and I will clear the courtroom. Mr. Crow, proceed with the cross-examination.
Mr. Riley, you're suing my client, the bus company, for the sum of 51 cents. What is the 1 cent for?
That's for the fare that I was chiseled out of.
But isn't the fare 10 cents?
Well, sure, but the transfer part is exactly 1 cent's worth.
And how do you know it's exactly 1 cent's worth?
Well, the whole trip is 10 cents. You go 9 miles on the first bus and 1 mile on the transfer bus. 10 miles, 10 cents. That's 1 cent a mile. I got gypped out of 1 mile, so you owe me 1 cent.
How do you know the transfer bus goes exactly 1 mile?
I took a taxi and I measured it.
And now tell us, please, what is the 50 cents for?
I waited an hour for the bus, and it took me another hour to walk home. My time is valuable. It's worth at least 25 cents an hour.
Mr. Riley, do you actually expect the jury to believe that a healthy man like you took an hour to walk a mere mile? Are you sure you took the shortest way home?
Sure, I'm sure. I went past Mike's barber shop.
You can prove that?
Well, sure. Ask the boys who were in the back. They were having a crap game, and he asked me to watch out for the cops.
I see. Then you did not go directly home.
Well, I made up for lost time. I took a shortcut across Lafayette Park.
Frankly, I don't believe you, Mr. Riley.
I can prove I went through that park. Ask my wife. That night I brought her home 3 dozen roses I picked from the flower beds.
I believe you. Now, the park is only 1 block from your house, and you had, let's say, about 30 minutes left. 30 minutes to walk 1 block?
Well, I needed a rest. I stood on the corner in front of a billboard. It had a picture of Lana Turner on it in a bathing suit.
You looked at it for 30 minutes?
Well, I...
Remember, you're under oath.
Lana Turner now has a mustache.
That will be all, Mr. Riley. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you going to believe the testimony of an honest, hard-working bus driver, or a man who, by his own admission, acts as a lookout for illegal gambling dens, steals flowers from parks maintained by your taxes, who wantonly defaces private property and insults the glory of womanhood?
What a revolting development this is.
The defense rests.
Court is recessed 1 hour for lunch. When we reconvene, I shall charge the jury.
Oh, Peg, they got me. They'll send me to jail, sure.
Now, don't worry, dear. Everything will be all right.
My brain hurts. I'm going to take my head for a walk around the block. a goner.
Let me be the judge of that.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, were you in court? Did you hear the evidence?
Yes, but don't despair, Riley. Keep fighting. In my profession, we have a saying. Never give up though things look black. Till the case is closed, a man can bounce back.
Gee, Digger, I never thought this would wind up in a courtroom.
Ah, courtroom. The learned judge quietly snoring at the taxpayer's expense. The opposing attorneys with their thumbs on the scale of justice. The pretty young murderess lifting her skirt to show her dainty limbs to the jury. I adore being on juries. It's okay.
That bus company. I'm through with buses. From now on, I'm walking. So help me, I'll never ride anywhere again.
Oh, yes, you will, believe me. Oh, Riley, look, isn't that the judge over there?
Yeah, that's him. In that car over there.
He can't get it started.
Oh, that's okay with me. Look at that classy car. I bet he never rode on a bus in his life. No wonder he's prejuiced.
Riley, why don't you help him start his car? He'll appreciate it. It may influence his decision.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So long, Digger.
Cheerio. I'd better be doubling off.
Pardon me, Judge.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Riley.
You having a little trouble with your car?
Yes, it never happened before.
Well, let me take a look under the hood.
It isn't necessary. I can...
Now, just leave it to me, Judge. I know cars. I got a mechanical head. Now, let's see. Try it now, Judge. Try it now.
I am. Now it's completely dead. This is most annoying. I'm expected downtown, and I've got to be back before court reconvenes.
Your Honor, why don't you take the bus?
Bus?
Stops right here.
A bus? Yes, I could do that.
Listen, Judge, about my case.
Now, Mr. Riley, it's unethical for me to discuss it with you.
But I'm willing to drop the whole matter.
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that.
But, Your Honor...
Mr. Riley, this world would be a much better place if we all practiced a little more tolerance. Instead of rushing into court on the least provocation for purposes of revenge, we should be tolerant. Ah, the bus. See you in court, Mr. Riley?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll ride along with you.
Oh, no, I'd rather you...
Come on, get on the bus. I ain't got all day. Lift it, Grandpa, lift it.
He means you, Judge.
He does? Sir, are you...
No conversation. Put your fare in the box.
See here, driver.
The fare, Judge.
The fare? Oh, yes. All I have is $1 bill. Would you change it, please?
Change? You think I got nothing better to do than make change all day? What do you think this is, a bank?
Now, look here, my man. You keep a civil tongue in your head.
Judgy, you gotta be tolerant.
And let me inform you, driver.
Shaking that finger in my face, you zombie.
I'll shake my finger as much as I want.
Oh, my eye. Okay, you asked for it. How do you like it?
Why, he slapped me.
Judge, turn the other cheek. He got that one, too.
How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll have you.
That's enough out of you. Come on, get up or I'll throw you off.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see you throw the judge off.
Why, he threw us off.
Yeah, Judge. Now, about my case.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the testimony in this case, and I now recommend that you bring in a verdict in favor of the plaintiff, Jester A. Riley. Of course, you are perfectly free to bring in a verdict in favor of the bus company, in which case I'll hold you all in contempt of court.
Tag, we won. I told you we'd win.
Oh, I'm so glad it's over. Lucky for us that judge had to take the bus. And what a lucky break that his car wouldn't start.
Yeah, that was a lucky break. Oh, gee, I almost forgot.
Riley, where are you going?
To the judge's car. I got to put back those spark plugs.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Peel, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites to be their guests next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced for Peel by Irving Becker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Coslow.
I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
No? Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, strange things happened the other night. While printing handbills late in the evening, Lum and Abner received the first chapter of a manuscript addressed to the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company and entitled The Mysterious Case of Evelyn Ermyntrude by Yard Nilewell, the phantom author. Strangely, the incidents mentioned in the story mysteriously took place in the store that night, including the disappearance of the clock from the wall. And it was in this clock that Lum had hidden the money from their cash drawer. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is just entering. Listen.
Oh, morning, Lum.
Yeah, morning, Abner.
Hey, doggy, you look like you never got no sleep last night. What's the matter?
I never. Just laid there and tried to figure out this phantom author thing.
Oh.
Never slept a wink.
Huh.
Here, let me sit down.
Yeah, you look wore out, Lum.
I'm wore to a frazzle. Wore to a frazzle.
Well, I hate to tell you, but here's something else to figure out, too. Another one come this morning. Another chapter of that mysterious case of Evelyn Ermyntrude come this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
It was stuck in the door when I opened up there this morning.
Granny's Abner, we just got to figure out where them things are coming from. That's all they are to it.
Well, it's that phantom that's bringing them, Lum, and he's invisible, so we can't see him when he comes in.
Prattle. Ain't no feller that's actually invisible, Abner. You just read too many funny papers. That's your trouble.
Well, how about that ghost I seen in the feed room the other night?
Abner, you couldn't have saw no ghost, because there ain't no such a thing.
Ain't, huh?
If there was a ghost in here that night, I could have saw him too, couldn't I?
Well, you just never look quick enough. Your trouble. I know I seen him, Lum. He was standing right back there, and I seen him.
Just your imagination working, so just try and forget it.
Well, how about that clock disappearing off from the wall right while we was in the store and all our money disappearing with it?
Yeah, well, that's what we got to figure out right there.
I wish we could.
Whoever done it must have known that we hid our money in the clock.
Why, sure.
But I don't see why he went to all the trouble of sending us the first chapter of a mystery story just to rob us out of that money.
Well, it said right in the store that a clock was disappearing right in front of Evelyn Ermyntrude's eyes. Fact is, everything that happened to Evelyn in that store happened to us while we was reading it, Lum.
Yeah, that's the curious part of this whole thing. And here's something else that's got me stumped. If the fella just wanted to rob us, why is he still hanging around town and sending us more chapters of that story?
I don't know. All I know is, Lum, that there's a ghost mixed up in this somewhere or other.
Well, I ain't scared of no ghost. But I am afeard of what this phantom author feller wants with us.
Wants with?
You know, Abner, our lives might be in danger.
Our lives? Oh, don't say that now, Lum. Don't say that.
Well, I don't know what else he's after. We ain't got no more money for him to rob. He's got that.
Yeah.
And ain't nothing else in the store that's awful valuable.
No, I reckon he ain't.
What does that new chapter say?
Huh?
Does that tell anything that might give us a clue of some kind?
I don't know. I ain't had nerve enough to read it. Leastways, not while I'm in the store here by myself.
Let's see. What chapter is that? We got one first night and 3 more yesterday. That must be chapter 5.
Must be, I reckon. Well, here, you can read it if you want to. I know I ain't going to do it. Here, take the thing. I don't want it.
Let's see. Whereabouts did we leave Evelyn Ermitude in the last chapter?
Why, she fainted when she seen the ghost in that forbidden room. I recollect that.
Well, that was in the first chapter she done that.
Huh?
Then the next morning she come to and found herself back in her own room, don't you recollect?
Oh, yeah.
And she decided she'd go right to her steppapa and ask him flat-footed what was in that room.
That's right.
But when she got in his room, she found that he'd just been poisoned.
Doggy, that's right, ain't it? I forgot about him getting poisoned. Mom, I don't think I feel so good.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. You ain't poisoned.
Huh?
You'd be a heap sicker than this if you was.
Well, everything else in that store has happened to us, Lum.
Oh, no, not everything. We ain't been thrown in the furnace like the butler was in Chapter 3.
No.
Or we ain't been stuffed into a clothes basket like somebody done to the maid in Chapter 4.
Yeah, but just the same, I don't think I feel pretty good, Lum.
Abner, that's just your imagination working again. Let's see here what happens in this new chapter.
Lum, don't read no more of that now. I don't want to hear it.
Well, it's the only way we can find out what happens to Evelyn and all.
No.
Chapter 5 of the mysterious case of Evelyn Ermitude by Yarg Nilewell, the Phantom Author.
I wish he wouldn't put his name down on every chapter. That gives me the creeps.
Now, be quiet now. The strange incidents of the past few days had struck terror into the heart of Evelyn Ermitude.
And me.
And she was beginning to look like some wild hunted creature.
I know just how she feels.
She realized with alarm that the household was dwindling fast. First it was her stepfather, then the butler, now the maid. Evelyn was alone in the old mansion except for her stepmother and the ghost.
He weren't there the other night. He was right here in this store.
Oh, he weren't no sick.
He was done it now, Lum.
Be quiet. Who committed these crimes, and what secret does the forbidden room hold?
But, Lum, now, don't read that like that. Don't make it no scarier than it is.
Where was I at?
Huh?
Who committed these crimes, and what secret does the forbidden room hold? Evelyn asked herself over and over again. She knew it could not be her stepmother, because she had long been an invalid, confined to her bed.
It was that ghost, that's who it was.
Abner, I told you to forget about him.
Go on.
So Evelyn decided she would go to her stepmother's room and ask her if she knew anything about the secret of the forbidden room.
I wish she'd find it.
Gathering up all her courage, Evelyn went upstairs and tapped on her stepmother's room. Hearing no answer, she went in. And there, before her startled eyes, Evelyn saw an empty bed.
He got her stepmama, too. That's what he did.
She turned to flee from the room, but the door was locked. Then she heard a low, fiendish laugh. Ha, 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 ha.
Lum, now, don't laugh that way now, Lum. Don't do that.
Evelyn whirled around, and terror struck into her heart.
Lum.
For there, stepping out of a secret panel,
Lum.
its claws, hands reaching out, was the ghost.
Lum. There he is, Lum.
Huh?
There's a ghost coming in the front door there. Look here,
my
Lum.
goodness.
I told you I seen him the other night.
Dennis, I never thought they'd come in the
Go
daytime.
on, get away from here now. Get out of here. Get out.
Wonderful world.
Did you say wonderful world?
Yes, Mom.
Doggy, how'd he learn to say that, Lum?
Wait a minute, that voice is familiar. Is that you, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Did I scare you, fella?
Oh, for the land's sake. Cedric, get that ghost outfit off now so I can tell for sure.
Yes, Mom, I'll take it off.
Well, get that thing off of there.
Hey, what's the big idea of all this nonsense, Cedric? You might not scare the daylights out of us. Or out of Abner, leastways.
Did I sure enough?
Well, I weren't actually scared, I don't think. Just a little, maybe.
And where in the world did you get this story about Evelyn Ermitude?
Story? What story?
Why, the one you've been sending us chapter at a time. And what did you do with our clock, too?
I never done nothing with your clock.
Well, weren't you in the store the other night in your ghost outfit, Cedric?
No, Mom. Never had this on before today.
Huh?
I just now found it out there in the back of the store.
Found it?
Sort of hid up under the loading platform back there.
It was?
Yes, Mom.
Goodness, there must be a phantom author after all then, Abner. Leastways, we know he ain't no ghost, though.
Well, maybe the ghost just wears this outfit at night, Lum. Maybe it's too hot for him to wear it in the daytime.
Don't be silly, Abner. Ghosts couldn't do no such a thing as that.
All right, Doggy, Mom, you reckon our clock might be hid back there under that loading platform, too?
No, I don't reckon so. More likely made off with that. Or at least he's taking the money out of it.
Well, I believe I better go back there and take a look for it.
Say, Cedric, have you ever heard of anybody with the name of Yard Nilewell?
No, Mom, I don't think I have. Is he a feller in that story you was talking about?
No, he's the feller that's supposed to have wrote it.
Well, I wished you'd read it to me, Mr. Lum. I just love to hear stories. Boy.
Well, let's see here. Sort of anxious to hear how this comes out myself. Where was I at? Yeah. Stepping out of a secret panel, its claw hands reaching out, was the ghost.
Ghost? Oh, is this story about me? The one you're reading?
No, of course not. As the long claw hands came close and closer to Evelyn, she gave a loud scream and ran toward the window. But before she could reach it, the floor suddenly opened up, and Evelyn Ermentrude disappeared.
Gee. Whereabouts did she disappear to, Mr. Lum? Read what's next there.
Well, that's all he is, Cedric. Says here, to be continued. That's the way this story's been coming, chapter at a time. And he always puts on there, to be continued.
Oh, on it anyway. I'd sure like to know where she... Say, where's Mr. Abner?
Abner? Well, he's right. Abner? Abner? Abner! Whereabouts are you at, Abner? Hey, Abner!
He was here just a minute ago.
Oh, my goodness, Cedric. Abner's disappeared. Just like in the story.
Was Abner in the story, too?
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like glass breaking. Oh, look at there. Somebody threw a rock through the window. And there's a note tied on it, Mr. Lum.
A note?
Yes, Mom. Here, I'll get it for you.
Granny, Cedric. I don't know what's going on here, but it's got to stop. That's all there are to it.
Here you are, Mr. Lum. Here, read that. See what it says.
It says, do you want to know where Evelyn Ermentrude is? Be in your store tomorrow night at 12 midnight. The Phantom Author will reveal all.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the lovely star of the new RKO radio picture Tender Comrade, Miss Ginger Rogers. Amos and Andy's theme is the perfect song every Friday night. Now, my theme for tonight is Rinso Certainly Gets Around. However, Amos and Andy are ready and waiting, and here they come with their guest, Miss Ginger Rogers. Our story opens tonight not with Amos and Andy up in Harlem, but in Pritchard's department store downtown. We find Mrs. Henry Van Porter walking down one of the aisles approaching the gift department. Behind the counter is a salesgirl, Miss Ginger Rogers.
Something I can do for you?
I was looking for a pair of bookends. Something not too gaudy and yet smart and chic. Has you got anything for $1?
Well, yes, we have these glass ones here. They're on sale at $1.
Oh, yes. Yes, they is charming, ain't they?
They're a very good value. They're made by a very fine firm in San Diego.
Oh, imported. I'll take a pair of them, please.
All right, that'll be $1.03. Do you wish to take them with you?
No, this is a sin. I want them wrapped as a gift and sent to Mr. Andrew H. Brown at this address here.
Fine. I'll see that it gets in the afternoon delivery.
What time should that arrive there?
Well, I'm not sure. Our truck driver's getting a permanent wave today. She may be a little late.
By the way, has you got any more of them plastic picture frames that you advertised last week?
Not a one of them left. The way the women went for those things, you'd have thought Frank Sinatra came with every frame in person. But we've got a new shipment coming in tomorrow morning, so be sure to be here early.
So, Kingfish, I started on a regular job. Brother Crawford done got it for me, and I'm going to work.
Well, Ander, I wouldn't feel too bad about the thing. You might get a break and get fired at the end of the first week.
No, there ain't no chance of that. And what's more, I was really anxious to start on this job.
When is you supposed to start, Ander? When does it happen?
January the 1st. I starts in the supply department at the Harlem Hospital.
Oh, well, by that time, you'll be yourself again. I guarantee that by January the 1st, this whole crazy feeling will leave you and go away.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. I don't want it to go away. Other people's goes to work, and I'm going to try it, too.
Ander, do you know what you is letting yourself in for? Do you know that if you takes a job, you liable to have to get up at 7 o'clock every morning?
Well, what's wrong with that? Other people does it.
Listen, Brother Ander, 7 o'clock was never meant for a getting up hour. The only reason they got that number 7 printed on the clock is so there won't be no blank space between 6 and 8. That's what it is.
Well, Kingfish, all I got to say is that I has done decided to take this job. Now, Brother Crawford done got it for me through a friend of his at the Harlem Hospital, and it's a good job. And, well, I'm going to work. January the 1st.
Well, Ander, I guess you know what you're doing. I just hope that you ain't doing all this on the repulse of the minute. That's all I hope.
Yeah, well, you see, Kingfish, wait a minute. Come in, Lightning.
Hiya there, Lightning.
Well, hello there, Miss Andy. Miss Andy, this package come for you over at the Lodge Hall.
Oh, thank you, Lightning.
I wonder what's in it.
Well, don't crowd me, Lightning.
Yeah, stand back, Lightning. Me and Andy can open it.
A pair of bookends.
Bookends? What are they for, Miss Andy?
Well, to keep books from falling down.
Oh, that's a good invention, all right.
Here's the card. Thanks for everything, Mrs. Henry Van Potter.
What's she thanking you for, Andy?
Oh, I kind of helped Henry to sell an insurance policy.
What in the world is you going to do with glass bookends, Andy?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Confidentially and under your hat and just between the two of us, I'm going to try to get the money back on them.
Oh, you're going to exchange them, huh?
Yeah, you know if there's one thing that I hate, it's bookends.
Well, you was right in taking back this present, Andy. After all, you ain't got no use for bookends, do you?
Nah. Kind of like a sandwich without nothing between the bread. Of course, I could keep my funny papers in between them, but that'd look like I was trying to put on the dog.
Yeah, that's laying it on heavy, all right.
Yeah. Tell you what, fellas, I'm going down to Pritchard's department store and change these things right now. I'll see you later. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to exchange these bookends.
And what's wrong with them?
I ain't got no book.
Oh, I see. Were these a gift?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Van Potter sent them to me.
Oh, yes. Now, you're sure you don't want these? After all, they're imported from San Diego.
Yeah, well, as far as I is concerned, they can send them back on the next boat.
Well, you see, on sales merchandise...
hello there, Andy.
Hello, Mrs. Van Potter.
What are you doing here? Aren't those the bookends I bought here for you yesterday?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did give me these. I was just telling the sales lady here... how crazy I is about them, and that I want to buy 3 more pair.
But you said you wanted to
No, I say I want to get 3 more pair, miss.
Well, I guess the customer's always right.
Go ahead, miss. I'll stand here till you finish waiting on him.
Yeah. So here I is now, Kingfish, with 4 pair of bookends.
Yeah, they're really piling up on you, ain't they? They wouldn't give you your money back at the store, huh?
No, I hid in the men's shoe department till Mrs. Van Potter left. Then I went over there and tried to get my money back.
Oh, what did they say?
They say it was all sale merchandise, and when that stuff go out, it stays out.
Well, don't worry, Andy. I think everything will turn out all right for you.
Yeah, well, it sure is nice of you to bring me over to this swap shop here, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to do it, Andy. Come on, let's go on in. Yeah, how you there, Sam?
Hello, Kingfish.
Sam, my friend here, Mrs. Brown, wants to talk to you about some bookends.
Well, bookends is pretty hard to get these days. You just can't find them. But I'll let you have a couple of pairs, $3 a pair.
No. Oh, no. I don't want to buy none. I want to sell you some.
Oh, well, in that case, the market is flooded with them.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 10 cents a pair for them.
That market sure got flooded fast, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a wave that come up there on this thing.
Well, to tell you the truth, Kingfish, I'd rather swap stuff than to buy things for cash.
Yeah, well, what do you swap me for these full pair of bookends?
Now, let me see now. Let me see what you might be able to use here now. How about this electric motor here? 1/4 horsepower.
Quarter horsepower? Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Well, electrical speaking, it means that it generates the power of 1/4 of a horse.
Oh, yeah. Kind of like a horse kicking with one leg, huh?
That's right.
What could I use the motor for?
Oh, you can use a motor for hundreds of things.
Yeah, well, what would one thing be?
Well, one thing is, a motor is good to have in case you want to make something go.
Yeah, well, right now I ain't got nothing that needs going.
Yeah, and if you ain't got nothing that needs going, then you sure don't need nothing to make it go with.
Mm-mm.
Well, how about a tennis racket?
How would you put the motor on it?
Oh, no. Just a plain tennis racket. It's still got most of the strings in it.
Would you take that, Kingfish? Yeah or no?
No.
Well, look here. How about a gas heater?
No, I ain't got no gas in my room.
Well, could you use a baby buggy?
Now, wait a minute. Don't be silly.
Oh, hey, Andy, wait a minute. You could use a baby buggy.
Now, wait a minute, Kingfish.
Wheel out the buggy, Sam. It's a deal.
But listen, Kingfish.
Shut up. Pardon me, dear. Give the man the bookend.
Okay. Here you is, Sam.
And that'll be $2 swapping charges.
$2, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything to get rid of them bookends. Here you is.
Thank you.
Bring the baby buggy and come on, Andy.
Okay. Now, listen, Kingfish. What is I going to do with a baby buggy?
Now, look here. We done made a great deal, Andy. I was talking to Slim Johnson last night. And him and his wife has been looking high and low for a used baby buggy. I think they'll pay as high as $8 for it.
Yeah, well, this thing ain't in too good a shape.
Come on, Andy. We'll call up Slim. There's a phone in this cigar store right here.
Okay. Well, hey, look here. There's Brother Crawford standing in front of the cigar store.
Oh, hello there, Brother Crawford. How is you?
Yeah.
Well, hello there, boys. What are you doing here?
Oh, we was just down to the swap shop and got this baby buggy that we're going to try to sell to somebody. Say, by the way, Brother Crawford, I want to thank you for getting me that job. And someday I'm going to do something for you.
Yes, Andy, I'm glad you will.
Yes, Andy tells me here that it's going to happen January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
That's right, but don't thank me, Andy. My wife suggested that I recommend you for the job. She suggested that the day before she left to visit her mother.
Yeah.
Say, what is you hanging around here for, Brother Crawford?
I am waiting for somebody. I'm a little early.
Well, listen, Brother Crawford, we got to go inside here and make a phone call. Would you mind keeping your eye on this baby buggy for a second?
No, not if you're not too long.
Well, I got to be running along now, Amos. Nothing else new, huh?
No, except I was riding along on the streetcar this morning and I see Brother Crawford standing in front of a cigar store with a baby buggy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Me and the Kingfish run into him there.
Tell me, Andy, when is it going to happen?
January 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Well, I'm sure glad to hear that. Is it a secret?
No. You can tell anybody you want to. Spread the good news all around. So long, Amos.
What's new around town, Amos?
Oh, nothing much except the Crawfords is going to have a baby.
A baby? When?
January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Well, Sapphire, just between you and me, the Crawfords is going to have a blessed event. No!
Yeah, Brother Andy, I just heard big news.
Yeah, what is the news, Kingfish?
The Crawford is going to have a baby.
Well, why is it that I is always the last one to hear about something like that?
Yes, sir. My wife told me it's going to happen around January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Yeah, well, now that sure is a coincidence. You know I'm going to start working in that same hospital on that same day.
Yeah, well, be careful, Andy, and don't let the baby see you working. No use letting a young baby get a shock like that, you know.
After Brother Crawford was seen standing on the corner watching the baby buggy for Andy, who had received it in exchange for his bookends at the swap shop, word spread like wildfire through Harlem that the Crawfords are having a baby. That's what Andy and the Kingfish are discussing now in Andy's office.
So, Andy, when I hear that Brother Crawford's wife was driving home tonight from visiting the kinfolks, I told my wife I thought it'd be nice if we all got together and give the Crawfords a surprise baby shower.
Yeah, well, I was back at the thing 100%, Kingfish. After all, the Crawfords was pretty nice to me, getting that job for me. Yeah, I figure I kind of ought to reciprocate. When is the shower going to be?
Tonight, Andy. The battle axe thunk that we ought to work fast on the thing. Yeah, she done told everybody not to say nothing about it.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, here. The shower's going to be tonight. I better hurry up and get a present. Come on, we'll shoot downtown to Pritchard's department store.
Well, wait a minute, Andy. Slim backed out on the deal. Why don't you give Crawford's the baby buggy?
Oh, no. I'm going to buy him something brand new. Come on.
Go right in, Miss Rogers. Mr. Pritchard is expecting you.
Thank you.
Oh, come in, Miss Rogers. Yes, sit down.
Thank you.
How long have you been with our organization, Miss Rogers? 2 years?
2 years? Why, surely, Mr. Pritchard, you remember 1938 when I was the girl who won the Pritchard Award for customer approach? 4th floor, rear?
Yes, of course. Well, I just wanted to tell you, Miss Rogers, that starting today, you are leaving Bookends and Bric-a-Brac and going into baby clothes.
Baby clothes?
Yes. The reason we have to make the transfer is this, Miss Rogers. Our Bookend and Bric-a-Brac business has fallen off due to priorities. While, on the other hand, baby clothes...
Oh, I know. The stork doesn't need a priority. He just comes in on a wing and a prayer. But, gee, Mr. Pritchard, I don't know anything about baby clothes.
I realize that. That's why I want you to go up there as soon as possible and acquaint yourself with the stock, sizes, and all that.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
Oh, and one more thing, Miss Rogers. It might be advisable for you to leave the impression with your customers that you are a mother with children of your own.
Now, wait a minute. Don't you think enough has happened to me for one day?
Yes, but the customers seem to place more value in the advice of someone with experience.
Okay, maybe the change will be good for me. At least I'll meet some new faces.
Miss, can you take care of us?
No, you don't. If you're bringing back bookends, go down to the first floor.
No, ma'am. No, miss, that ain't it. Here, what? We want something for a baby. Yeah.
Oh, for a baby. Well, let's see what we've got here. Now, how about something like this?
Yeah, that's pretty all right.
Yeah, that sure is. Look at that. That is pretty.
Yeah, every baby ought to have one of them. I'll say, yeah. What is it?
Do you mean to say you don't know what this is?
No, ma'am, no. I don't know what this is neither.
Well, you've seen babies before, haven't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. We see babies, all right.
And you have no idea at all what this thing is?
No, ma'am.
Well, that's too bad, because I'd like to know what it is myself.
Well, look here. It say here on the sign.
Yeah, read that out loud. What does it say there?
B-A-S, bassinet.
Yeah. Now, what's a bassinet?
Yeah, well, it looked like here to me it's just a plain wicker basket with some pink silk lining in it there.
Yeah, I guess that's for a little girl around 5 years old. Maybe she delivers her mother's washing in it.
Yeah, they sure do start them out young, don't they?
Yeah. Excuse me, miss, but as you show you was the right person to wait on us, seemed like to me that you don't know much about babies or what they wear.
Are you kidding? I've got children of my own. 6 of them. Yeah, I forgot for a moment.
You forgot you had them?
Yeah, that ain't the type of thing that usually slips a mother's mind, is it?
Well, the babies are so much younger than I am that we don't have very much in common. I love the rascals, all 7 of them.
7? You say you had 6?
Well, their father's a rascal, too. Now, come on, let's get going. How old is the baby you want something for?
Well, you see, miss, it ain't born yet. Some friends of ours is going to have a baby, and we're giving them a baby shower. We want to get something, though, that the baby will be able to use right after it's born.
Well, how about this kitty car here? That would be just the thing. I could still see my little girl Gwendolyn when she was only 2 weeks old, whizzing around the block in one of those kitty cars.
You say whizzing around the block and just when she was 2 weeks old?
Remarkable, child.
Yeah, well, I guess I was a little old-fashioned, but I kind of had an idea that all babies stayed in bed for the first 4 or 5 months.
Oh, that just shows how much guys know about babies.
Yes. Well, how old is your little girl?
Gwendolyn is just past 3.
Yeah, just about ready to drive her own car by now.
This little sweater here might be something. I wonder what size we ought to get in that.
Well, it's going to be for a newborn baby. I guess it would depend on the weight. How much do newborn babies weigh, miss?
Well, they usually run around 8 or 9 pounds.
Yeah. Well, what size you think we ought to take then?
I'll figure it out for you.
Yeah.
I weigh 120 and I take a size 36. I'll do a little dividing here. Now, if I weighed 60 pounds, that'd be half of 36. I'd take an 18. 30 pounds would take a 9. 15 pounds, 4.5. 7, 7.5. Yep, I think that does it.
Mm-hmm. What size should we take?
2 7/10.
All right, then we'll take one of them.
Yeah. I'll give it to you right now. Let me see here. There's 1s, 4s, 3s. Oh, wait a minute. 2, 7. I'm sorry. We're all out of 2 7/10.
This is going to be some shower we giving. Right now it look more like a drizzle.
Now look here. The store's going to close in 5 minutes, and I've got a heavy day tonight. So if you're going to get a gift for that baby, you better hurry up.
Yes. Well, what else is there?
Well, how about a pair of these nice little booties? Or a crib or a blanket. Say, a baby buggy.
Oh, no. We already has got a baby buggy, miss.
Yes, but didn't you say the baby hadn't been born yet?
That's right. It's coming January the 1st at the Harlem Hospital.
Did you say it?
Yeah, that's what you call them till the day they arrive.
Sure, of course, later on it's going to be a boy or a girl.
Yeah, but right now it's a hit.
Aha! Did it ever occur to you that there might be 2 babies? Twins?
Well,
a fine thing, 2 babies and 1 baby buggy.
But, you see...
I can see the mother now going down the street, wheeling one of the babies in a buggy, but what happens to the other poor little kid? He walks!
Well, I didn't mean to...
And how are you going to feel? You who could have made it possible for both of these little children to ride.
I didn't do nothing to the Kingfish.
Andy, I ain't even speaking to you. I don't like you.
And if you don't buy this baby buggy, why, just think of what people will say.
Yeah, well, I guess I better. I don't want to have people talking about me.
Sold 1 baby buggy.
Well, folks, it won't be long now.
Yes, Amos, the Crawfords ought to be here any second now.
Yes, and remember, we was all supposed to have a surprise when they come in.
Yes, and they will be surprised because they don't know that we knows nothing about it.
Don't all the gifts look pretty there? Oh,
yeah, they sure do, Sapphire. You know, Kingfish, I kind of glad Slim didn't want that baby buggy because with 2 buggies now, I'm giving the Crawfords the nicest present they're going to get.
Yes, and I think that crayon set that I finally bought for the baby ought to make a hit, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Quiet, everybody. There it is. Now, quiet. Yeah. Now, look here. When I let them in, you know what we're going to holler. Here we go. Surprise!
Surprise? What is this?
Yes, what is it? It isn't our birthday or anniversary.
Brother Crawford, ain't no use for you and your wife pretending no longer. We knows all about it. Ha, 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 ha.
This certainly is thrilling.
Yes, Brother Crawford, I understand your new income tax deduction is due to arrive around January the 1st.
I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, quit your kidding, Brother Crawford. I can't wait till the day I comes up to your house and hear you saying, coochie, coochie, coo, ha, 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 ha.
And would you mind telling me what reason I would have for saying coochie, coochie, coo?
Brother Crawford.
What is it, Andy?
Goo, goo. Ha, ha, ha.
I wish you would tell me and my husband what this is all about. We fail to see any humor in it.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to make you fess up. Well, here he is. This is for me and Ruby. This little pink knitted sweater.
This is a joke. How would you expect my wife to get into that?
Oh. Still playing dumb. Still playing dumb, huh? Listen, we might as well get right down to business then. To the little heir of the Crawford fortunes, the new offsprings that is due to arrive around January the 1st, I would like to present these 2 baby buggies from Andrew H. Brown so that one baby won't have to walk.
Baby buggies?
This is the craziest thing I ever heard of. We're not having any baby.
Oh, you ain't?
No, we are not.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute, Theodore. Well, listen. You mean to say that you ain't having any baby at all?
Certainly we are not.
Brother Crawford, you can't do this to us after all the trouble we done gone to. Eyes down, Kingfish. On top of everything else, Brother Crawford done fix it, so I won't get that job now, neither.
All right, boys. I'll take care of you now. What was it you wanted?
Sam, I ain't got no use for these 2 baby buggies, and I want to swap them for something else. You got nothing new since we was here?
No, Andy. Same old stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to take. There wasn't nothing here I wanted before.
Well, why don't you try the grab box?
Yeah, explain to him. What is that?
Yeah. Well, that's like a grab bag. Everything's all wrapped up, and you might make a great swap. And on the other hand, maybe you won't do so good, but at least you get your money's worth.
Well, that's for me. That's a deal. Take the baby buggies. Here I go.
Just a minute, Andy. There's a $2 swapping charge.
Oh. All right. Here you is.
Yeah, well, grab one of the boxes there, Andy.
Yeah. At least I got a heavy one.
Yeah, Andy, open it up. Let's see what you got there. Yeah, what'd you get, Andy? What'd you get?
There's them 4 pair of bookends again. High as they got.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time the boys' guest will be that self-styled expert on marriage problems, Mr. Robert Benchley. Our thanks to Miss Ginger Rogers for being our guest tonight. The Amos and Andy Show is shortwave to all our armed forces overseas. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before we say goodnight, I have one further important reminder. We all know that the beautiful Christmas seals which grace millions of letters and packages at this time of the year are more than mere decoration, that they are in reality the expression of the generosity of a nation's heart. For the Christmas seals you buy are among the most effective weapons against tuberculosis. But there's an interesting and not too well-known story behind the fight against the Great White Plague. Did you know that the war waged against tuberculosis owes much of its success to the veterinary profession? Yes, not only did veterinarians join with the medical profession in efforts to stamp out tuberculosis in man and beast, but they have pioneered many advances in the scientific attack on the disease, including the eradication of bovine tuberculosis. We can thank the veterinarians for the safe, pure milk we drink. Through their efforts, the tubercular cow is nearly as extinct as the dodo bird. I just thought you'd be interested in that sidelight on the organized campaign to stamp out human suffering. Veterinarians and physicians on the one hand, you and your purchases of Christmas seals on the other. What a privilege you have to do your share in this great fight merely by buying Christmas seals. Thank you, and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Will you hurry up? I'll be late for the broadcast. Gee, Gracie won't know what to do without me.
Now, don't worry. We'll get there in time, Poopsie.
Now, don't call me Popsy. My name is George Burns.
All right, Poopsie.
Oh.
Now, you're going to put me on the radio, and I'm going to be your new partner like you promised.
Oh, sure. I'll put you on the radio.
Oh, Poopsie.
please, Elsie. The driver is looking.
Well, maybe I go up and see the broadcast.
No, anything but that. Driver, please hurry. I'll miss the broadcast.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebuff, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. Artie Shaw and his orchestra. For singing glee, we're the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston.
Another Burns and Allen night at your house, so you can depend on Artie Shaw and the Smoothies for music that's sweet, on George and Gracie for fun that's neat, and on Spam for a meal of delicious meat. Yes, Spam is grand-tasting meat that's all ready to eat as soon as you open the can. Wholesome food because Spam is a perfect blend of pure pork shoulder with ham meat added, just as shown on the label. That's your assurance of goodness and quality. Combine that with the dozens of easy uses for Spam, and it's only natural that this delicious meat is one of America's favorite mealtime aids. Ask for Spam when you shop tomorrow. Try the easy recipes on the label and discover that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. For Spam's Meat Hearts, George and Gracie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gracie, where's George?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? We're on the air. He's not here.
Yeah, isn't that too bad? And he loves this program.
Oh, Gracie, you know where he was last?
Last? Oh, yes. He was last in the popularity poll.
Well, Gracie, this is awful. What are we going to do? We've got to find him.
All right, Bud, let's go look for him. We'll drive out to the beach, and if he's not there, then we'll take a walk through Griffith Park. And if he's not there, then we'll go over and sit in the balcony of the Paramount Theater.
You think he'll be in any of these places?
Well, what if he is? We've got a right to lead our own lives.
Gracie, this is awful. We've got to find George. When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, now, let me see. The last time I saw him, he was out with a girl. Say, maybe something happened. Oh, no. When George is out with a girl, nothing ever happens. Okay, now, maybe he's out window shopping. No, he's got enough windows. On the other hand, maybe he's just staying home enjoying a sunbath.
Enjoying a sunbath?
Yes, you know the girl across the street takes one every afternoon, and George certainly enjoys it. No, let's see. It's too late for that sunbath. Maybe he's downstairs.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello. Maybe he's downstairs. Maybe he's chatting with somebody who likes him on the radio. Oh, no, he'd look awful silly talking to himself.
Gracie, who are you talking about?
George Burns is not here yet, and we're terribly worried. Oh, dear, I wonder what's keeping George. Maybe he went to a cocktail party and overslept.
Gracie, remember me?
Well, George! Bud, look, George is here.
Oh, Artie, George is here.
Boys, George is here.
Well, Artie, give him a fanfare.
Keeping George. Maybe he overslept.
Quiet.
George, where have you been?
Well, I was out with the... where have I been? Oh, yes. Where have I been? I've just been to a doctor's.
To a doctor?
Oh, yes, a very famous doctor, Smith. That's it, Dr. Smith. Everybody knows him.
Oh, was the doctor sitting on your lap?
Sitting on my lap?
Yes, there's lip rouge on your face.
Oh, that red spot.
Yeah.
That's my blood pressure.
Blood pressure way up on your forehead?
Well, Bud, maybe it's high blood pressure.
Well, you see, it is. My blood pressure is 192.
Ah, it looks more like Tangy number 5.
Please, Gracie, I'm not a well man. I got dressed this morning, and I had a sinking feeling around my knees.
Maybe you forgot your suspenders.
Look, Gracie, I'm a very sick man, you see.
Si me permites, puedo sugerir una cosa yo creo muy bueno para eso.
What is it, Senor Lee?
Senor Burns, why don't you have the druggist send over a dream of sodium bicarbonate?
A dream?
All right, drum.
Senor, dram.
Watch your language.
Well, I think I will go to the drugstore. Say, soundman, will you please open the door?
Mr. Burns.
I know. You've been to Harvard for 4 years, but I'm in no mood to listen to you. So will you please open the door?
Mr. Burns, as a student of medicine, may I suggest a remedy for your ailment? Before you go to bed tonight, just take a supersaturated solution of monoacetic acid, ester of salicylic acid.
Why, that's aspirin.
Darn it, I could never think of that word.
And now the smoothies will sing Madame Lasagna. And, Gracie, while they're singing, I'm going to run down to the drugstore.
To the drugstore? For what?
They sell pills, don't they?
Well, sure. They'll sell to anybody if you've got the money.
Maybe they'll have something that'll put me to sleep tonight.
Well, did you ever hear of a sleeping powder?
Sleeping powders?
Uh-huh.
Certainly.
Well, why don't you find out what puts the powder to sleep and
then use the same thing? I thought so. The smoothies will now...
Have you ever been embarrassed when you're in a smart cafe? When they play the Cuban tempo, is your dancing quite that way? There's a studio on Main Street over Tony's clothing store,
Where a very small investment
pays your dividends galore. 6 lessons from Madame Lasagna. You'll do the rumba and the new La Conga. 6 lessons in Madame's Cabana, and you will imagine you're down in Havana. Her 4 Latin daughters will help you to start while finding a rhythm. You might lose your heart. 6 lessons from Madame Lasagna, and you'll discover what practice can do. You count 1, 2, 3, use your hip and your knee. It's bound to bring out the Latin in you. Rosita gives you lesson 1. Chiquita gives you lesson 2.
I, the madam, will supervise
every step and exercise. The madam shows you how to walk,
and then I mark it with a chalk.
When the madam starts to squawk, that's Cuban double talk. They might say to you, will Rosita or Chiquita do? But don't take them, the madam's the best.
Ooh, why all the time is my name that I hear? I will give you the lesson, so why should you fear?
We're tired of fooling, we've had enough. We want your lessons because you've got the stuff.
Would you like the rumba with a little twist? Or La Conga you can't resist?
Well, I'll take a rumba with a little twist. Well, I'll take La Conga. I won't resist.
Oh, come, this talk has gone far enough. I will give you the lessons and show you the stuff. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, start. Oh, you boys, you learn so quick. I make much money at the end of the week.
1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, kick.
Now you boys have had enough. I tell you something, you have to stop.
6 lessons from Madame Lasagna. 3 learn to rumba and the new La Conga. Rumba La Conga from Madame Lasagna.
Gee, Gracie, George isn't here yet. I guess he's still down at the drugstore.
Hey, Artie, maybe he really is sick.
Gosh, I hope he recovers in a hurry because we can't get along without him on the show, it says here.
Well, Gracie, do you think I ought to go down to...
Hello, Stan's Meatheart speaking. May I speak to Poopsie? Poopsie? We have no Poopsie here.
Pupsy Burns, the star of the Spam program.
Oh, sure, Pupsy.
Yeah, he's the one. We spent all morning at the beach playing piggyback.
Oh, playing piggyback with Pupsy, huh? So that's why he was late for the broadcast.
Yeah, he was in such a hurry that he forgot to pay the cab fare, and I had to pay it.
Oh, that's Pupsy, all right.
Anyway, tell him Elsie Trollopath called, and that I left my compact in his coat pocket, and to bring it to rehearsal tomorrow.
Rehearsal? What rehearsal?
He promised to put me on the radio.
Put you on the radio?
Yeah.
You mean instead of a bowl of water lilies?
Oh, you don't understand. You see, I'm going to be his new partner.
Is that so? Well, I'll bet I know just what type of girl you are. You have a pretty little Cupid mouth, and you use tansy number 5.
How did you know that?
Oh, it's written all over Pupsy's face.
Gracie, invite her over. George will be glad to see her.
Really?
Yeah.
Miss Trollopath, Pupsy just stuck his head in the door and said for you to come right over.
Why, the darling, I'll be right over. And give him this for me.
So George is going to get a new partner, huh?
I can't understand why George would take a strange girl and promise to put her on the radio and promise to make her a star.
Well, maybe he likes to play piggyback.
How do you like that 20th century wolf coming in late and saying he was sick? A big grown-up man like that spending all day at the beach playing piggyback with a beautiful girl. Should happen to me.
Say, when George finds out that we do know about this girl, he'll really get sick.
Yeah? Oh, give me the phone. I better call the doctor. Operator, give me Gladstone 1131.
Gracie, you better hurry. I'll watch for George.
Hello?
Dr. Kelso's office.
Oh, will you have the doctor come over to the Burns and Allen program right away?
He's operating in Joey Brown's mouth, but I'll tell him when he comes out.
Gracie, quick, hang up. George is coming.
Yeah, oh, goodbye.
Look, will you please stop slamming the door, sound man? I'm in a terrible state. My body aches and I feel a headache coming.
I know, Mr. Burns, and I'll be right here at the door to let her in.
Gracie, I'm a little sick. This program is too much for me.
Well, maybe you're on the wrong program.
Wrong program?
Well, maybe you should be on We the Pupsy.
We the what?
Well, you know, the Pupsidon program with the
Pupsidon
program?
Yeah. Well, never mind. I'm not well. Can't you see I'm a little pale?
Now, if you had a little shovel, you could go back to the beach.
Look, will you people stop? I'm so sick it's got me scared. I might even have to quit the radio.
Don't worry, Senor Burns. You can always open up an antique shop, like Eddie Camembert.
Eddie Cantor, Camemberts, and imported cheese.
And what are you, a local boy?
Listen, folks, I'd like to lie down.
George, you can lie on the sofa.
Well, you can lie in the other room, or you can lie in this room. You can lie any place.
Gracie, I don't care where I lie.
You said it.
What's the matter with you people? The way you act, you'd think I wasn't telling the truth.
What?
Well, sound man, there's somebody knocking at the door.
Very well, Mr. Burns. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, while a graduate of Harvard, class of 29, goes to work. I open the door thusly, and I close it thusly. And my father thought I'd be a failure.
Quiet. Good evening. I'm Dr. Kelso.
Oh, there's your patient, Doctor.
Patient?
Gracie was worried about you, George, so she called a doctor.
Well, look, I'm not that sick. A fellow has a little cold, and they sent for a doctor.
Colds can sometimes be very dangerous. Mr. Burns, open your mouth and say, excuse me. Pardon me, say, Mr. Burns.
Well, this is going to be fine.
Now, personally, I avoid colds by drying myself thoroughly after taking a shower.
Gracie, this fellow certainly knows a lot about colds.
Well, he should. He's had one for years.
Say, Kildare, I think my cold is getting a little better.
You know, you people in show business should be careful. I've treated picture stars like Robert Taylor and Clark Gable.
Oh, please. Please, Doctor. Taylor and Gable are nothing to sneeze at.
From now on, I'll have the scripts typed on Kleenex.
When I treated Mr. Gable, he was playing in the picture called Hurricane.
Senor Doctor, it's gone with the wind.
What's gone with the wind?
Your teeth.
Look, Doctor, will you please go away? I'm a nervous man.
Will you stick out your tongue, Mr. Burns?
All right.
Further. Further.
What a spot for a ski jump.
Gracie, why did you send for this fellow?
You know, you've got to be very careful about germs.
Yes, I can see that.
For years, we doctors have been trying to stop germs from spreading.
Well, why don't you make them wear little girdles?
Gracie, will you stop helping him? Look, Doctor.
This is more serious than I thought. I'd better use the portable X-ray machine on you, Mr. Burns. Get a little closer, please.
All right.
Now, stand still. This is amazing.
Oh, Doctor, let me take a look. Well, blow me down. Well, darned if he didn't.
Doctor, what do you see?
I see a round black thing in front of your heart.
In front of my heart?
There's something written on it. It says, "To Elsie with love from Popsy." It's a compact.
A compact? Artie, the music, quick! Well, Artie, sure, that was Artie Shaw playing King for a Day. You know, Artie, that was really a grand job.
Thanks, Poopsie.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not Poopsie.
No, well, let me see the compact.
But isn't there something that you'd like to say now?
Yes?
Well, say it.
What's her phone number?
But are you going to talk about phone numbers or about spam?
Oh, spam, of course.
Of course.
Spam is always handy to talk about and handy to use, too. In emergencies, when unexpected guests arrive, the modern housewife zips open a can of Spam instead of calling for help. She knows Spam will provide a rich, nourishing meal and please even the huskiest appetite. You see, Spam keeps without refrigeration, so this delicious, easy-to-use meat is always ready for quick action.
George, let me see the compact.
Gracie, Bud is talking.
Sure, everybody's talking.
Bud.
So when the doorbell rings unexpectedly, all you do is put on your best smile and say, "Come on in, Cousin Christopher." You haven't any mealtime problems with Spam. Just open a can of this tender, juicy meat, slice and arrange on a platter with a cool vegetable salad. Whip up a simple dessert, a tall glass of iced tea, and you'll make the family and guests say, "That's for me."
George, let me see the compact.
Gracie, Bud is trying to make an announcement. This broadcast goes from California to New York.
Yeah, and the compact goes from Poopsie to Elsie.
Bud.
Everybody likes the meaty flavor, the satisfying taste of Spam. Spam is good hot, too. Serve it fried with eggs for breakfast or have baked Spam for dinner. Just try those easy recipes on the label of the Spam can. You can have any one of them ready to serve in a jiffy. So be prepared for last-minute or unexpected meals. Be sure to ask for Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
And now...
How did that compact get in your pocket?
Well, Gracie, do you want to hear the truth?
No, I don't want to hear the truth. I want to hear what happened.
Well, if you have to know, I was at a cafe last night, and they gave those compacts out to everybody.
Why was Elsie written on it?
Elsie? Well, it was a publicity stunt, and it was for Elsie the cow. That's it, Elsie. She's a Jersey cow.
Oh. She sounded more like she came from Brooklyn to me.
Well, I don't care what you think. It's the truth. Elsie is a cow. Come in.
Poopsie!
Here I go.
Oh, no. Don't look now, Ferdinand, but your cow is here.
Look, miss, will you wait outside?
Oh, no. Come in, Elsie. I want to hear you and Poopsie do a little billing and mooing.
Gracie, will you be quiet?
But, George, she's going to be your new partner.
My partner?
Uh-huh.
My partner? Gracie, how can she be my partner? She hasn't any talent.
Why, Poopsie, that's not what you told me in the taxi.
I didn't mean that, and stop calling me Poopsie.
But you said you were going to work with me.
That's ridiculous, Miss Tralifass. What could you and I do together?
Well, you could always play piggyback.
Piggyback? Look, will you all stop?
Yeah, we ought to leave George alone. Stop getting him excited.
Thanks, Artie.
He's nothing to poke fun at. He's nothing to ridicule. He's nothing to laugh at. In fact, he's just nothing.
Gracie, I don't want any new partner. I couldn't do anything without you. Where would I go? I'm too old to go back to Gus Edwards.
Why, George. I think you and Elsie will make a swell team.
Gracie, she knows nothing about radio. Besides, she's got a job. She's a dietitian.
You mean she fixes glasses?
No, fixes glasses.
I work with vitamins and calories.
What station are they on?
Gracie, vitamins and calories are not on the radio.
Full vitamin and cap calories?
Look, I hardly know this girl. I never promised to put her on the radio.
Oh, you did so, Poopsie. Do you know, Miss Allen, a lot of people say I'll be another Molly McGee.
Well, you'll be swell together because George is a terrific fibber.
Elsie, will you wait outside?
Senor Burns?
Look, Elsie, will you wait outside?
Senor Burns?
Look, Elsie, just go outside and...
Hey, Poopsie!
Stop calling me Poopsie! What do you want, Senor Lee?
That Elsie, in her cheek, she's got very pretty dimples.
Dimples? It's Dimples, not Dumples. All you've got to do is take you out.
Take you out?
Yes.
Why, Poopsie, I didn't know you cared.
What have I done to deserve all this?
You promised to put Elsie on the radio.
Oh, Poopsie, I've got our new radio show all picked out, and it's going to be wonderful. I've got my uncle's band, Duke Pringle, and his rootin' tootin' tan.
Oh, that's
great. Great, yes.
And instead of the smoothies, I've got a school chum of mine, Leilani O'Brien.
Oh,
sounds fine.
Wonderful.
And guess who I got for the announcer?
Who?
My brother-in-law, Samuel Oglethorpe Jr.
Oh, that's wonderful. I can just hear that program now.
Crazy people! The Poopsie program, starring George and Elsie. Spam, bop, boom, spam.
Poopsie Burns and Elsie trail a fast. Duke Prindle and his rootin' tootin' ten. For singing glee, we've got Leilani O'Brien. Last but not least, with Samuel Oglethorpe Jr.
Quiet! This is awful. I've had enough of this. Elsie, why don't you go home?
Spam program, Bud Easton speaking.
Hello, Bud. I want to talk to George Burns.
Oh, yes, sir. George, it's the sponsor.
I knew this would happen. Hello, I'm sorry about this.
I listened to the whole show, and I think that new combination is sensational.
What new combination?
Gracie Allen and Elsie Tralafast, and I'm going to sign them up.
You're going to sign up Gracie Allen and Elsie Tralafast? What about me?
You can go and play piggyback, Poopsie.
Well, that's...
Before George and Gracie say goodnight, Gracie wanted me to tell you that when Mama brings the family for supper, Spam will headline the meal. It's so easy to use, this grand-tasting meat. Just open the can, and Spam is all ready to eat. And Gracie's brother won't find Spam a sissy's meal either, for the meaty flavor, the satisfying taste of Spam pleases even the huskiest appetite. Keep Spam on your pantry shelf. It doesn't need refrigeration. Get a supply when you shop tomorrow. Ask for SPAM Spam.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night.
Well, come on, Gracie. I'll take you home.
Now.
Come on, Gracie. Come on, I'll take you home.
Now, will you promise to put me on the radio, Poopsie?
Good night, folks.
Listen again next Monday night, same time, same station, for George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Artie Shaw and his orchestra, and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Until then, this is Bud Easton reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.